What's up, guys? It's your boy Lavkian, finally back. After a bit of a break, playing a lot of Starcraft myself. I've been missing doing the commentary, so let's go ahead and move this over here. I think it looks better over on that side. Anyway, yeah, figured it was about time to get back to doing some casting. There is a lot of CPL content out there that has not been cast yet, so I figured I'd get through as much of that as I can while I have a lot of extra free time. So do let me know if there's anything wrong with the sound balance or the stream quality or anything like that. But otherwise, we are going to go ahead and jump right into some Tier 0 action. One moment, 1 second. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get this set up here. Bear with me. It's been a minute since I've done a cast. Alright. So first up, we are going to have Aji the Hockey versus EA Rob. This first one is going to be a TVP. And that is the Uncoachables versus Thank You Very Much. I'm just going to go ahead and double check that that is correct. Yay, Robson, thank you very much. Great, perfect. Alrighty, awesome. Alright, let's get my chat back up here. Alright, great. Let's do this, guys. Let's go check this game out. I'm excited. Sorry about that. I was trying to figure out how best to hide the timer. Alright, so spawning in the upper left-hand corner, it is our pink Protoss player, EA Rob. And spawning in the lower right corner, it is our red-haired player, Azita Hockey. And we do have a TVP here on Invader. While I have been doing a lot of playing myself recently, I have been playing Zerg, and I've kind of fallen into the tasteless trap of watching a lot of games involving Zergs and not a lot of games that don't involve Zergs, so I haven't been watching a lot of PvP, TVT, or PvT. But with the ASL coming up pretty soon here, I'll definitely be watching every single game that I possibly can, so I'll get a little bit more familiar with the matchups and the meta. But for now, we're just going to kind of watch this game unfold here. As we know, the general gist obviously is we may see a gas steal here. It's a two-player map. I have heard at least one or two Terrans talking about vetoing this map because this and Neo Dark Origin, because it's just so easy to come in here and just steal this. And I know as Terran, you don't really want to take this just for the sake of taking it. It does cause issues for the Terran in their build order development. And of course, we do have this gateway here. We do have a Zealot being made, which is likely going to just go across the map and try to be as much of a pain as possible. And we see here we've already got the Sim City set up here. And so these buildings are arranged such that we got a Marine here that's about to pop out of this barracks. And this Marine, he's real skinny. He can fit in this little gap here, as you can see. He can fit in these gaps. And as we see Zealot walk across the map here, the Zealot is a little bit too big to fit in this gap. And so we can see these Marines kind of run around and try to not take any damage from the Zealot. The Zealot is kind of terrifying at this early stage. They're just so damn tanky and they do so much damage. And situations like this can develop. Things can happen really, really fast here. As the Zealot comes in, gets one hit, 2 hits on this Marine. He's going to come over here and, 2 hits. Oh, great micro here from Ozzy Tahaki. Microing back as best he can. Also, some really good micro coming out of EA. Rob does manage to pick up those 2 kills here. And it looks like the Zealot is going to go join up with a friend. Actually, no, he's just going to pull all the way back. And the second Zealot's going to come in here. And he's going to force out even more Marines. Ozzy managing to take out this probe. Is microing this hurt Marine back. Yeah, Rob trying to get on top of these Marines, but it's so hard. Look at the micro here from Ozzy as he takes advantage again of that SimCity that he set up earlier. A third Zealot here for EA Rob. Do have that Nexus just now getting thrown down. It doesn't look like there are any more. Nope, there is another Zealot being made. And okay, Zealot's now getting into the mineral line here of Ozzy. No kills just yet, or at least I didn't hear any SCVs dying. I don't see how many Marines we've got here. We've got 4 Marines, but some of them are badly hurt. One goes down. Oh, he gets the one right as it comes out of the... Oh gosh, he's getting it right as it comes out of the barracks. The SCVs are doing their absolute best to drill here. SCVs are so tanky. They can be really hard to deal with, and was one of these Zealots in here that had taken a lot of HP damage. As you know, the shields regenerate over time, but the HP doesn't. And so we have thinned out the Zealot count here. And once again, just trying to micro as best we can. Another Zealot being rallied in. This one finally taken out. Looks like there was at least one SCV killed. And my God, I mean, look at this. This is what happens when you're in a tense situation like this. Your money just goes through the roof. It can be a little bit hard to spend as you would like. And we have yet another Zealot being rallied down here. I mean, just non-stop Marine production from Ozzy Tahaki, which is really just, it's just not what you want. You want to get this command center down, you want to get your factory down, you want to start, you know, your speeder, your mines, or whatever you're going to do. You want to get that vulture out. And maybe take some semblance of map control, but right now, that is just not happening. This is just so incredibly abusive, and he does manage to, the Zealot looked like it was like right in the middle of its auto attack, and then did get taken out. Now, Dragoon down here is going to take out these 2 Marines. These SCVs doing the best they can. Finally, one gets loaded into the bunker. Goon range not done yet. So the Dragoons are just going to stay here for now. This one gonna poke out. Just wanted to confirm that the command center had been started. Probably had not seen that yet. So we do see that. We have the eBay and second factory going down. What do we have back over here for the Protoss? We have that gateway. We have that goon range. And we do have that robo going down. Speed shuttles have been a lot more popular as of late. From my observation, they've been more popular than they were in the past. So we will have to see if that is the tech of choice here. Third base going down, third nexus going down here. As, of course, EA Rob knows that, you know, not much is going to be happening for a while. Ozzy is going to kind of macro up here. Again, we got the second command center is now done. Looking at the worker count here, after all the pressure, there wasn't a lot of SE. I think there was like maybe 1 or 2 SEVs killed at the most. And so, with the expansion also being, I imagine, I don't know the exact timings, but I imagine this expansion is a little bit later than EA Rob might have otherwise gotten it without the Zealot harass. And then at the end of the day, we're even in workers, which is, I believe, great for Terran. Like, actually really, really good for Terran. And no support bay here, so just going to go ahead and get those observers out. +1 started. I'm guessing we're going to see legs here with this Citadel being finished. What upgrades do we have here? So siege mode is done. And we do have mines, and I imagine, oh, there's speed right now. Just starting up here. Getting those comp sets, throwing down those turrets. Dragoons just kind of keeping an eye on things, looking for any potential move-outs, any pokes across the map, any vultures trying to run by. We do want to keep an eye on that. Templar Archives and a Stargate going down. I imagine that would be looking at potentially either carriers or arbiters. My guess is that Scouts and Corsairs not terribly likely, but you never know. We do have quite a few vultures out here. Vulture speed looks like it's done. We do have a shuttle coming out. I'm going to go ahead and take out this bunker. We don't need it anymore. Just going to go ahead and take that out. And it looks like we are going to go ahead and move out here. Observer getting a good eye on the army size here. This is pretty decent. I mean, you got 6 tanks here. Everyone's just, both sides have just been kind of cleanly macroing up. No attempts at early pushes or pokes. Just going to put some mines down. Just going to be careful here. Some Marines left over from that early pressure defense. A-Rock going to back up here, concede a little bit of map control to Ozzy the Hockey. Now, what do we have? We've got some Zealots here. I'm trying to do some Zealot bombs. We've only got 1 tank sieged up here, so not much happening out of the Zealot bomb. But now, okay, we are going to get a couple tanks. All the vultures are dead, so now with this unsiege, the Dragoons can come forward. And, okay, we've got some vultures down here. We need to bring those up to support these tanks. We really don't want to lose them. We had started here with 6 tanks, and now we're down to 2. Now, we do have some tanks up here reinforcing, but I feel like if you're EA Rob, you're really happy with this situation. Some Dragoons here in this shuttle. Not much that Ozzy can do about this. Dragoons coming up to pick off this reinforcing tank, and they do so with relative ease here. +1 done. And we've got legs, we've got an Arbiter on the way. And these goons now being dropped out of this shuttle just right on top of these tanks. And once again, there were 6 tanks here that pushed out, and all of those tanks are dead. These 2 tanks are just reinforcement tanks. And what has EA Rob lost? You know, a few goons, a few, like, really nothing terribly important to me. I mean, I could be wrong here. Not the most amazing player in the world. I don't know that much about TVP. But now all the tanks are gone. They're all gone. The tank count has been completely reset. We have 1 tank here. 1 tank. And there's only 4 factories right now as we are trying to... Okay, that 3rd command center is done. Oh, we do have vultures coming by here, laying down some mines. They do spot this nexus. We'll be getting some damage down on that. Mines down here. More vultures coming by. Might want to keep an eye on a potential probe transfer. Observer here getting a look at the 3rd base being floated out and landed by Ozzy. Now we do have the 5th factory coming down. Getting those Karen boosters. Okay, interesting. Goliath range. Looks like we're just slowly clearing out these mines, picking away at these eggs to make it a little bit easier to get the units out. SCV can't, or worker counts. I believe for this matchup this is relatively even. You want more probes as Protoss than you necessarily want SCVs as Terran. And of course, oh, 4th base. Okay, immediately taking a 4th base here is Ozzy. It likes his position. And if he can get this online, I mean, I feel like this becomes very difficult for EA Rob. And again, does have this observer in place, so he knows that this is going down. Would be curious to know if he is feeling pressured by that at all. Arbiter here coming out. I do not know the energy cost of Arbiter spells off the top of my head. I believe recall is 200. We're not likely to see that. I think it's more likely that we would see a stasis, which I think it's either 100 or 150. So we should have energy for a stasis if that is what EA Rob wants to engage with. Supplies here. I want to say these supplies are looking even for the matchup, as Terran should be trading more cost efficiently here. +1 just should have just finished here for the Terran mech. +1 has been done for Protoss for a while now. +2 is about halfway done. Getting another Arbiter out, getting that. Ooh, another Nexus going down. Just finishing here in the corner. And we have this kind of little cutoff here, trying to cut off the reinforcements and maybe trying to attack this 4th base location, taking advantage of the fact that the Terran mech is not terribly mobile. And there's not a lot here defending this 4th base location. We did have a couple of tanks here get picked off. And oh, I love this. Stasising his own Dragoons on the ramp. Oh, this is amazing. And what it... You guys... My brain wrinkles are getting wrinkles here. I've never seen this in my life. SCVs drilling... I can't even get the words out. SCVs drilling Stasis Dragoons to clear his ramp. I'm sorry, that is incredible. Hold on, let's take stock of the situation here. This will get cleaned up eventually. This looks like a big pain in the ass, and actually now, while Ozzy is trying to deal with that, we do have an engage coming out here. +2 just about to finish. Great stasis on these forward tanks, and I think EA Rob in this position now. 73 workers, getting worker probes transferred over here. 5th base coming online. This base looks like it is just going to get completely overrun. We don't quite have enough energy yet for another stasis, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. Maybe, okay, maybe spoke too soon here. What do we have here in the back? Can I click on the Arbiter? Okay, yes, we do have enough energy here for a stasis. So EA Rob's going to go ahead and clear this out, and then I imagine we might want to come up here, and if we just stasis this and come up here, I think we can deal, I think EA Rob could just deal the killing blow, potentially. Now, of course, you don't want to overextend in a situation like this. You know, you've dealt a little bit of damage here, and we can see here, I mean, the economy for EA Rob is just completely out of control. Let's go ahead and take a look at the base here, operating off of 10 gateways, 11 gateways, 2 starports here for those arbiters. Is this Arbiter? This must be Arbiter. Yeah, Arbiter Energy. I don't know what the standards are for this matchup. It would be really nice to maybe see another Forge go down. And in fact, right now, we do have that +2 finished. I don't see any other upgrades on the way for EA Robs. And, okay, some trading going on down here at the 3rd base location. And now, actually, I apologize. I believe, based on this Arbiter's energy... Oh, geez. Okay, it looks like that was a recall right on top of the workers of Ozzy the Hockey. And he is going to go ahead and tap out a wonderfully played game here from EA Rob. Bear with me here for a moment as I get back. Okay, what's up, guys? Let's go ahead and get back onto the screen as we get out of this replay. And let's update that scoreboard as well. EA Rob can go up 1-0. And let's go ahead and jump right into game number 2. Alright, guys. Just really not happy with the 2-player maps as Ozzy. Again, yeah, my understanding is it's just really hard. There are a lot of Terran players who just veto these maps on the ladder because, again, it's just so easy for Protoss to come and steal that gas and put on a lot of pressure early. Once again, sorry, top left corner here, Ozzy Hockey. Terran player, bottom corner here. This is going to be EA Rob, our Protoss player. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate here, having to deal with early Protoss shenanigans. You really don't have to worry about trying to find your Terran opponent quickly enough to steal the gas. If it were... again, I don't know the exact timings and how the meta goes per se, but my understanding is that, maybe if it was cross-spawn, it's a lot harder to get here in time. Or last scout, rather. It might be hard to get here in time to steal this gas, but 2-player map does make it pretty trivial here. Now, okay, Ozzy decides he is going to go ahead and take that gas. Really just does not want to deal with the zealot nonsense that we saw last game. At least for as long. When you get this gas, you get your factory up, you get your vulture out that much faster. As soon as your vulture's out, the zealot harass is basically over, as zealots can kill... One vulture can basically kill infinity slow zealots, as well as slow zerglings. Ask me how I know. I dare you to ask me how I know. It's really... Right now, not much more else to talk about this probe. It being just as annoying as possible. Probes are the worst/best unit in the game. And in fact, I really wonder if EA Raw was keeping track of the fact that one of this SCV has taken quite a bit of damage, and was placed on the gas. So potentially trying to get a little bit more damage down is EA Rob. Some Marine coming out here. We do have that SimCity again, with these skinny gaps between these buildings where the zealots can't fit and the Marines can try to micro through. But again, the difference here between this game and game one is that we already have the factory started. So again, that's going to be big here. Now, first zealot, and we do have zealot being rallied in. We're going to get this probe that's really good. The probe can be used really annoyingly offensively along with this. So now all we have to do is just kind of micro around the zealot, push it back. We got plenty of space here to micro these Marines around. This one taking a little bit of damage here. And okay, the SimCity with this factory here, very good for Ozzy. I believe has only lost one Marine so far. Second zealot coming up here, third, arriving at the natural. I would say so far this is going a lot better for Ozzy than it did in game one. We have lost one Marine here. This Marine is going to go down. We do have this Marine just barely surviving. The Vulture is out. And going to go ahead and just get that factory add-on now. Now we do miss this zealot here hiding in the corner. This Vulture wants to go across the map. You're going to see this Dragoon and just run right by to see what's going on over here at the Protoss base. We're just going to run into a wall. I don't imagine... one of these is probably going to get canceled, right? Do you actually just wall off in this situation? I guess you have to. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, that does get canceled at the last second. That zealot that was up here, coming in and taking a peek. Oh, he's looking for it. He's looking for it. He's looking for that hurt SCV from earlier. It's crazy the things that people remember. It's the little detail. Now I think this red SCV is the one that had been targeted earlier. I'm sorry. I thought that zealot was dead. It's dead now, and so is a Marine. My apologies. I do believe there's this red SCV here that's on gas that I think was the same red SCV from the probe harass earlier. So if at the highest levels, I mean, these things really do add up over time. No kill here. I mean, it's really, you really don't expect to get a kill at this level. But again, these things can add up. You never know what's going to happen. So anyway, Goon range almost done. Dragoon range is almost done. So this Dragoon's probably going to go ahead and walk up and pick at this bunker. These ones hanging back here, making sure that there are no Vulture shenanigans. And we do have that observatory down, getting our first observer out. Armory going down here. So we can get that +1 started really, really quickly here. I believe speed is done? Either speed or siege mode, I want to say, was started here before mines. I could be wrong. Not, again, 100% sure on exactly how the upgrade timings go in this matchup. I do know that Terran wants to delay siege mode as much as possible, and with this one Dragoon here, he doesn't see it, but he probably knows that there's a Dragoon just sitting out there. And so really not feeling too much pressure. Yeah, there's siege mode, so we did not have siege mode just yet. Observer coming in, trying to get a peek here, sees that... Does he see the third? Yeah, he sees that third factory going down, so knows exactly what's going on in Ozzy's base. We do have here 3 gates. We've got a rowboat. Looks like EA Rob has cleared out this mine. Gonna throw down that third nexus. There's a rapid clicking. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Let me... Shit, I'm sorry. I'm gonna move this over here. I'm really sorry. My laptop is kind of old, and it's relatively old. It's a gaming laptop, and the fans are very loud. I think one of them is broken. And sometimes it's fine, and sometimes it's really noisy, and right now it's really noisy. I'm really, really sorry, guys. I did not think about that. I hope it's better now that I've moved my webcam away from my laptop. You may still be able to hear it. It's not so bad now, okay. Yeah, unfortunately there's really nothing I can do about it. Meanwhile, we do have these Dragoons poking in here looking for some damage. Now, there were a lot of Dragoons here, so that they were likely looking to pick off any tanks. I'm not sure if there were any being picked off. Unfortunately, talking about the sound issue here, was a little bit distracted. I have to say, though, even if there were, let's say there were like 1 or 2 tanks here that got picked off, that looked like a lot of Dragoons. I'm just gonna say that that might not have been worth. But regardless, we're gonna go ahead and continue to macro up, tech up here. Third Nexus is done. And for the Terran, we do have that third command center almost done, so we'll float that down here as soon as we feel safe to do so. But yeah, guys, my apologies. It's one of those things, honestly, like, it's super embarrassing. And unfortunately, there's not really much I can do about it. I can't afford to buy a new laptop right now. I have taken it to shops before, and they say there's really not much they can do. The fans have been replaced. I don't know exactly what the issue is. I have dusted this thing out a gazillion times. And the fans just do what they do. Sometimes when I change the fan speed, it kind of gets the fans to rebalance themselves or whatever is going on, and they don't make so much noise. But yeah, unfortunately there's really only so much control I have over that, so hopefully someday in the future I can get a new laptop and we won't have to ever worry about that again. But until now, for now, we're just going to deal with it as best we can. And checking this out, Templar Archives going down for EA Rob. He'll want to get those Storms. Last time we did go for that Arbiter tech, and it looks like we're headed in that direction again. 4th base now going down. We do have a shuttle here with some zealots, maybe looking to try to drop on some of these tanks. It's a probe just kind of chilling back here, maybe wanting to keep an eye on this top right location. a 5th factory, and a starport going down here for Ozzy. Observers. Well, this observer was keeping an eye on things, and then the turret finally decides to stop taking a nap. And does take that out. Just everyone smackering up, getting their upgrades out. Look at this. We got 1-1 on the way for EA Rob. Legs on the way. This Nexus is almost done. Arbiter Tribunal going down. Karen boosters. What is this? That's +1 mech armor. A 6th factory going down as we are now. We do have that 3rd gas online. We don't quite have the 3rd gas online here for EA Rob, but we are transferring probes to the 4th. So we will be raking in the gas here. Yeah, okay, good. It pains me to watch somebody not mining from one of their gases. As a Zerg player, I know all too well how incredibly precious gas is. But yeah, we're getting the assimilator down here, so pretty soon we will be fully functional on 5 base. Worker count's looking fantastic here. Everybody's getting their macro on. Storm on the way. Arbiter, first Arbiter on the way here. It's like legs, yeah, Zelt legs done. And Ozzy scanning here to see where EA-Rob's army is. Ozzy did have an observer up here at one point, but is now a little bit blind to the exact location, or rather the exact movements. And look at this. I love this. Hugging the edge of the lake here as much as he possibly can as he crosses the bridge so that he can try to secure the position here on the other side of the bridge. Now, yeah, Rob, gonna go ahead and move forward, catches the tanks while they're sieging up. The vultures were not quite as far forward as maybe they should have been, and is able to pick off a lot of tanks here. However, more tanks coming up here for Ozzy. The stasis not done yet. We're still researching that, still building up the energy on the Arbiter. And now, just like that, we are on EA Rob's side of the map here. We are on the other side of these bridges. Storm's coming down here to try to get as much damage as we can on these vultures, try to clear out these mines. Really, you want to be storming these tanks more so than the vultures, but also in situations like this, you do want to try to get any value that you possibly can here. However, now these tanks are moving forward here. We do have reinforcements coming down. Ozzy macroing out of his mind right now. This is looking really scary here as tanks are raining fire not only on this 3rd base location, but also on the natural. These vultures could move in here and start picking off these probes. Probes already dying over here at this base. Goliath's even moving up here. We do have a stasis here on quite a few tanks, but I'm wondering if it's too little too late as we... I mean, look at this Arbiter's already taken a lot of damage here. Dragoons move forward, wanted to maybe try to pick off this tank, but we do have the shield going down here from the science vessel. Goliath's moving forward here. Now, the vulture count is fairly low, but the Goliaths here, with that +2 attack, +1 armor, making short work of these zealots, and I don't see any more. There's no, this Arbiter is about 20 years away, and we do have Templar coming out here, And the energy upgrade has been researched, so they are going to have storms relatively quickly. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough. And okay, this storm spent here. I'm not sure if there was maybe a tank here, but I really think there was just like Vulture Goliath. Again, I don't think that's really what you want to be spending your storms on at this point. Meanwhile, do we have a... Okay, don't see a command center back here. Really, we... Looks like we are expecting to win with this push. We have done a lot of damage. Third base here is completely dead. Everything's... Oh, and over here, we even had... I'm sorry, I missed this. This is actually pretty genius here. We had tanks here and a science vessel spotting to basically pick off all the probes that were up here at this base. And EA Rob taps out, which is excellent for us as viewers because that means we are going to put a +1 here for Aussie, and we are going to go to game number 3, which is ultimately speaking what we are here to do. What's up, guys? Okay, I moved my camera again. Let me say this over. All right, what's up, guys? That was awesome. It was an awesome game. I love it. This is why everybody likes to watch and cast the Tier 0 games, because you get to see the highest level of play. I will be getting to Tier 1 and Tier 2 tomorrow for this week. Like I said, I saw that there's quite a bit that has not been cast or claimed, so I figure I've got a lot of free time right now. I might as well use it to get through a lot of the CPL's backlog. So yeah. That's not where we're... Nope. 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 What am I doing? That and that and that. Okay. Navigating folders is apparently really difficult. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yeah, Rob. Azuda Hockey game number 3. Let's do this. I believe this is retro. So spawning here on the top left, Aussie to Hockey. Down here in the lower right, EA Rob. I believe this is retro. I did not look beforehand. Let me take a look. 8, game number 3. Yes, this is in fact retro. Okay. So retro is an interesting map as a Zerg player, and as a developed not only as a player but as a Zerg player. I wasn't terribly comfortable with playing retro, just because the third base location can feel like it's really far away. Actually, oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Let me shut the fuck up here. As is this a BBS? Oh, is that what's going on here? Did we drilled an SCV down here to get it down here just that much faster? Oh my god. Let's see it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Start the barracks. Start it. Oh, baby. We got a BBS. Okay. Aussie the Hockey took a look at retro and said, no thank you. I do not want to get into a protracted game where we split the map and, you know, take 4 base versus 5 base, and he doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to circumvent all of that right now. And Nexus first. Nexus first. Out of EA Rob. Again, I don't think BBS is something you normally see in TVP. I could be wrong. I mean, I guess I'm wrong because Ozzy's doing it. the gateway, but I mean, Marines are already out. I mean, yeah, here we go. Probe here is going to go across the map. We'll see this. And so what is the reaction? I mean, what do you even do in this position? Your gateway is not done yet. And here come the Marines. Now, Ozzy did not know where EA Rob was. Did send the SCV down here to the lower left in case that's where EA Rob was. But also, I have to imagine he probably saw the probe and the direction it came from and knew that this must be where EA Rob was. So Nexus done here. Probe's coming up. EA Rob needs to buy as much time as possible right now for these Zealots to come out. First Zealot about halfway done here. Second Zealot on the way. As the gateway comes, we do have the shield battery coming down here now, trying to just save as much health as we can on these probes as they do their best to fight, as they do their best to block the ramp here. Bunker started for Ozzy Dahaki here, going to bring up more SCVs. The only thing in production is this bunker. No more Marines being made just yet. Okay, more Marines in production here. The Zealot is coming down. One Marine down here at the bottom of the ramp, just shooting this Nexus. Might want to bring this back up, and the probes drilling through. Almost all the Marines are dead. The bunker is finished, but these other Marines were distracted here by the Nexus. They were just on a move, and now I think this is just over. I think this is just held. None of the Marines made it to the bunker, and the Nexus is done, or EA Rob, and we have two Zealots out. I mean, this is just over, right? This is just held, and Ozzy just... this music could not have crescendoed at a more perfect time as I sit here and wonder whether or not, as I'm sure Ozzy Dahaki is wondering as well, what do you do from here? I mean, it's CPL, it's game 3. You might as well play it out, I guess. Still making more Marines here. I mean, 7 Marines, an SCV, and a Dream. We've got 3 Zealots. Not really much damage on them right now. I mean, we've taken off the shields, but again, those shields regenerate over time. And these Zealots are just terrifying. They pick off the SCV. So you no longer have that to body block for you. In all this madness, it turns out EA Rob doesn't actually know where Ozzy is. This SUV is still down here. I'm back at home. Really not much going on. We do have the Marines, still Marines continuing to be produced here. Okay, we do have another depot going down here, as we can't actually make any more Marines. This bunker is still here. I guess I'm a little surprised that EA Rob didn't just have like 1 or 2 Zealots try to pick this off. I don't imagine this bunker is going to matter, right? Like, there's just no way that these Marines ever get into the space. Just slowly bleeding off Marines. We do not have that SCV to body block. And in fact, I bet you... Oh, no. Okay. I was expecting that probe to actually go up and kill that SCV that Ozzy kind of forgot about. But now, yep, okay. Yeah. On top of the barracks. Ozzy needed drop ships so the Marines could go into the... Yes. That's what would have turned this around. Now look. I'm just going to go ahead and say that that is a bold choice from Ozzy to just risk it all on BBS. That's unfortunate because Game 2 was so well played by him. So well played. On both sides. Then it's a little surprising to me that you would not just play a straight up macro game in Game 3 on Retro, a straight up macro map. But that's what Ozzy decided to do, and fantastic job from EA Rob holding that off. And he's going to go ahead and take the victory home. Ford, thank you very much. And we are going to move on to our second set of the day. Now my laptop fans now have decided to do their dead parrot impression, or dying parrot, as Schwinn likes to say. Again, my apologies. I really wish there was more I could do about this, but unfortunately, for the time being, there is not. Replays. Okay. Javier versus Sinjil. To be next game. A Terran player. Alright. Ensure everything. Oh! I forgot about to change the map. Okay, here we go. Super professional broadcast here. Now we set. Let's jump into game number 1. Alrighty. In the top left corner here, representing the Uncoachables, it is Terran player Javier. And down here in the bottom right corner, representing, thank you very much, it is Sinjil. Now, TVT is something, unfortunately, I know very, very little about. So we're just going to kind of check out things as we go here. Obviously, we are going to be seeing a lot of mech. We're going to be seeing a lot of Vulture play. And a lot of talk here about 4-player maps versus 3 and 2-player maps, or sorry, 3 and 4-player maps. I feel a little bit less comfortable on 2-player maps right now in my kind of Starcraft Brood War development as I get back into playing this game again. But the nice thing as a viewer, one way that somebody mentioned this and I was like, oh yeah, that just makes a lot of sense. The thing that 2-player maps do is they guarantee that your openings are going to interact. And my understanding of what that means is that if one player decides to go for some early aggression, or if another player decides to go for early economy, it's going to be harder for the early economy to go unpunished, and it's going to be a little bit easier for maybe some early attack or early aggression to do damage. And also, obviously, you don't have to look for your opponent if you don't want to. You don't have to scout if you don't want to. You could try to go for a more economic play. However, it does look like both of them are going to go ahead and scout at the same time here. With that refinery finishing and the barracks finishing up, we're going to get those factories started. The SCVs are going to cross paths. And when they get to their respective opponents' bases, they're going to see a whole lot of nothing interesting. As they are, again, just really doing the exact same thing, almost down to the frame. Let's take a look here. Okay. Literally, this was like a handful of frames faster. I actually do not think you can really count how much faster this factory is versus this factory. It's like frames faster. That's the difference right now. So Marine's going to start chasing these SCVs around. They do want to get those out of here as quickly as possible. Don't want to allow too much vision here. Looks like both sides have taken out their respective SCVs. And Javier going to float his barracks across the map for a little bit of scouting. Vulture getting started up here. Starport. 2 starports on the way here for Sigils. 2-port Wraith. And again, so here's exactly what I was talking about, alright? So, what did I say? I said one player could go for something economical, the other player could go for something aggressive. That's exactly what we're going to see here. We're going to see a factory expand from Javier and 2-port Wraith out of Sigil. And, I'm familiar with 2-port Wraith from the Zerg perspective, where you want to get Hydralisks to block this. But from the Terran perspective, I'm actually really not sure what the... I have to imagine, I guess it would be Goliaths. I mean, you got the factories, although you'd have to get the armory, and you might not want to necessarily get the armory right away. So here's the second factory. Wraith production has started for Sigil. It'll be interesting to see if he chooses to get Cloak as well. We are still mining gas. So to me, I guess that would suggest that we may throw down a comsat here, maybe after this second pair of Wraiths comes out. Maybe we see that comsat going, or the comsat, the control tower going down. Siege mode here, and I'm sorry, there's really just nothing here that shoots up for Javier. I'm just wondering if this is going to be like the quickest game you've ever seen in your life. Quickest TFT I've ever seen. Because here's the armory, and I think once these Wraiths come in, what do you do? Engineering Bay is being started here for Javier. Now, Wraiths do not exactly kill SCVs quickly. However, 4 SCVs, or 4 Wraiths here will get the job done eventually. And more Wraiths in production. Cloak, yep, here we go. Just like I said, after we get the first pair out, we got the control tower, and Cloak is on the way. And, I mean, look at this. Armory going down here on the low ground for Javier. The engineering bay did complete, so we are going to get this missile turret up here at the natural, but, I mean, 14 SCVs right now for Javier. Now, he does have the second command center, of course, so he can remake those SCVs a lot faster than Sigil can, but can he protect what he has? Oh, he needs to repair... Please, repair this! Oh my goodness. Okay, well, never mind. Apparently, he was not terribly concerned about the Wraiths trying to take out this missile turret. And now the Wraiths are going to go home. As I'm terribly sorry, I was not paying attention and did not see these moving across the map here, as we've got the tanks, a couple of vultures just walked right across the map and have killed so many SCVs for Sigil. Oh my goodness.
Immediately evening up that worker count. The backstab here, this is not, as far as I'm aware, your typical TVT by any stretch of the imagination. As now we have two vultures here just going to work. The Wraith's going to come back across the map. And now missile turret going up here in the main. Goliaths are out, but Cloak is done. And do they have... Oh, this missile turret's not done yet. Oh, okay. This is really no... Okay. Missile turret finishes. And now... Yeah, you can be really annoying here and try to poke at this tank, but you can't even kill it. Wraiths just don't deal damage very fast to ground units. And now, from Javier's perspective, has to be really, really annoying to deal with, but once all is said and done here, I mean, okay, yeah, we have the second command center done and planted for Sinjil, and at the end of it all, worker counts and supplies are equal. I don't even know... I don't remotely have any clue of how to evaluate these two positions. We have tanks here for Javier. Some Goliaths here, and I guess if you just look at this from a standing army point, a mining point, we have a few more SCVs for Javier than Sinjil. He's been mining from his natural for longer. And also his army, from my perspective, again, I don't play Terran, I don't know a lot about TVT, but it looks to me like it's just better. I don't think these Wraiths now can really do much of anything against these Goliaths. He's going to get a missile turret out here so that now there's really going to be nowhere for these Wraiths to come in and do much of anything. As you're just going to have sight coverage over pretty much the entire main. Maybe there's a little bit of a blind spot like here, where the Goliaths wouldn't be able to see the Wraiths if they were cloaked. But, I mean, all of this is basically just zoned out now. And so Javier is going to be completely unafraid to, one, does he need to rebuild the barracks so he can make more factories? Third command center going down for Sinjil. So that is how Sinjil wants to try to come back in this game. We are making more Wraiths. Siege tank coming out. Is there a fan going on in the background? Lana, yes. That is my laptop fan. I am really sorry. It's just loud, and there's really nothing I can do about it. I am... Okay, let me try to... in here... and do what I can. To... We're gonna use this cassette. Oh boy, man, a dog. Yeah, this cast. All we were doing here was using film reel to figure out whether or not when Zerglings are moving across the map, do all their feet come up off the ground at the same time? That's all we were doing. That's all we were doing. Siege line's moving forward. Oh no. getting updates from the battlefronts. Normally I don't hear anything in your Discord. Oh, yeah. Maybe... And yeah, again, it is one of those things where normally I keep like a can of compressed air nearby to try to... It's just a broken fan problem, and apparently with laptops it's just hard to fix. I've taken this thing to shops. I have dusted this thing out completely. I've used compressed air to just try to make the fan rebalance itself. It does what it wants to do. My only recourse right now is to just mess with the fan speeds and hope that that fixes it. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think maybe the other reason you don't hear it on my Discord streams is I use a different mic. I may switch back to my other microphone, and maybe that will help. Back to the game. Yes, back to the game. Siege tanks here. Shelling this armory. Looks like both sides have stabilized. Sinjil has transitioned out of his 2-port Wraith opening. More starports going down here. As we may be considering a transition to battle cruisers. Oh, yeah, Lana, I don't know when you came into this game, but the armory was going to go down here, but it was a 2-port Wraith opening. 2-port Wraith opening from Sinjil, and it was factory expand out of Javier. So he wanted to get the armory here, but he actually couldn't. He got the eBay down here, got a turret here, and got the armory here. So that's what happened there. And a breakout here from Javier. We are going to use our superior siege tank count to move out. We do have scans ready. Comsat is available, and these Goliaths are going to try to get these Wraiths to back up. +1 is done here. We used our other scan. How many scans do we have right now? That's actually an important thing to keep track of. We are going to have we used our 2 scans. We're going to have 2 scans available here momentarily. No starport out yet here for Javier. So it's going to be a while before he has any mobile detection. So we are just going to have to kind of slow push out here with missile turrets as we go up. Out on the map. And Sinjil is going to take advantage. This is really interesting to me. Again, as I don't play Terran, I am still learning a lot about Brood War. This is not at all remotely what I'm used to seeing out of TVT, and it's really interesting because normally in mirror matchups you just kind of see players going for the same style, same unit composition. But here, okay, Vulture run by here from Javier coming at this 3rd base location is going to pick off these SCVs. What I was going to say here is Sinjil taking advantage of the relative immobility of Javier's mech to try to take this location as well as taking this location early on. But now Javier, finally having broken this contain here, is going to run these vultures up here, taking out a lot of the SCVs for Sinjil here. Now has the worker advantage, and Javier meanwhile coming up here to try to harass and get what damage, sorry, Sinjil coming up here to get whatever damage he can here onto Javier. Does have this dropship here. I apologize, I'm not sure what, if anything, was in that dropship. We may have delayed a starport here or just a turret from Javier, but obviously way more damage done here to Sinjil by the Vulture run by. Bunch of mines down here. It's going to be pain for Sinjil to clear out. Turrets going up here looking to potentially claim this 3rd base location. And I mean, these Wraiths just all game long have just been the most annoying things in Javier's life. And yet Javier is, in my opinion, dealing with this really well. You can't really have, it's really hard to have turrets and detection everywhere as Terran. But a commendable job here from Javier. Starport going down. So we do want to maybe get into dropships or science vessels for that mobile detection, just in case we do get more wraiths out. Kidding. +2 air, +1 is done. +2 is on the way. Factory is now coming out, and a 4th command center. As Javier, with a massive supply advantage, is going to move across the map. And my guess is just completely run over Sinjal. 1-1 is done. 1-1 ground is done here. We are building turrets. I don't see any forward turrets in production. I want to check to see, okay. Plenty of scans left here. But these wraiths really just not going to be doing much regardless. This command center, I think, is going to die. Yes. Goliath range is really, really good. And this command center is going to come out, but, I mean, 35 workers really not going to be saturating the space very well. Wraith's going to do as much as they can here. This one hero tank getting repaired. Going to try to make this last stand defense. Nope, Sinjal taps out. GG is called. This was actually a really exciting TVT. I actually really enjoyed watching this. It's nice to see how a Terran who has basically really no way of attacking the Wraiths deals with it. From my perspective, 2-port Wraith can just be a tragedy to deal with. Yeah, I am actually going to... I'm going to take a really brief break here before jumping into Game 2 of this match, as I haven't cast in a while. My throat's just a tiny bit sore. I want to go get some water. Just rest my voice a little bit. But let's go ahead and give Javier the victory on the scoreboard. We'll get ourselves in position to get that replay up. Alright guys, quick break, and I'll come back and finish up the series. Be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Welcome in to all of you who joined while I was taking a break. What's up guys? Lavkian here. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Eskia, thanks for Eskia, thanks for the follow, man. I super appreciate it. And a dog, Lana, Vicious, what's up guys? Blue Bird, what's up, man? Thanks for popping in here and checking out the stream. It's been a while since I did some casting, but I felt like I wanted to. I took a look at the schedule and I saw there's a lot that has been casted, so I figured I'd finally jump back in and do what I can to help out. People seem to enjoy it so far. I love doing it, so let's do it. Let's keep doing it. Let's go ahead and get into what I was doing here. Javier Sinjul game number 2 is going to be on Neo Dark Origin. Let's make sure we update that score great. Let's week 8. Alright, game number 2. Let's do this. Should have had that ready beforehand, but I didn't. Alright, here we go. In the top left corner on Neo Dark Origin, representing the Uncoachables, we do have Javier. And in the bottom right corner, representing Thank You Very Much, we do have Sinjul. And again, for those of you who came in while I was on break, I'm just going to try to very briefly mention, yes, I have a broken / unbalanced fan on my laptop. You may be able to hear a little bit while I talk. There's really not much I can do about it, so I apologize if you find that annoying or distracting. I completely understand. Yeah, just want to address that, because people have been mentioning it. Doing my best to make sure that that's not terribly distracting. Anyway, Neo Dark Origin, TVT. What was I talking about? So on Invader, I had talked a little bit about how on 2-player maps, you get this kind of guaranteed interaction between openings, and last game, we saw Javier go for the Factory Expand, while Sinjul went for the 2-port Wraith. And people in the chat who know better than I do can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but my guess would be that if this were on a 4-player map, such as, for example, Retro, which if this goes to a Game 3, we will play a game on Retro. If it were Retro, and Sinjul did not find Javier right away, Javier might have been a little bit more prepared for the 2-port Wraith than he was in a 2-base situation. However, it's also possible that Sinjul just wouldn't have gone for the build, because obviously if you're going for a pressure build, it's a little bit harder if you can't find your opponent right away. But regardless, for now, we are going to more or less see a repeat of the start of game number 1. As the gases are online here, barracks are almost done, the SCVs are going to cross more or less in the map, and I have to imagine, just like last game, the factories are going to go down almost synchronously. Second depot on the way, Marine's going to come out, they're going to start chasing these SCVs around. And yeah, not really a whole lot to talk about the start here. Other than there's some exciting stuff coming up in Brood War as we finally get into really the proper thick of 2024. We do have the ASL Season 17 coming up soon. Of course, we did have that wildcard qualifier for Effort spot. Me as a Zerg player, obviously very sad to hear that Effort will not be playing. He's got some wrist problems, so I hope he's going to be doing okay. I think we've seen him on the ladder and in the pro leagues a little bit here and there, so trying to stay active as much as he can while also staying healthy, so that's good to know. We do have that BSL announcement. And so we are going to get into 2024 season proper here pretty soon. It's going to be very, very exciting, of course. As now, what do we have here? Do we have, is there really any deviation for either side here? Yeah, we got an armory here going down quick siege. Quicker siege mode here for Sinjil, and Javier going for the quicker armory. Again, I'm not as familiar with TVT. So if this is signaling any particular style of play, it's something we'll just have to watch unfold. Guess I'm curious if this is going to be for quick upgrades. Is it going to be for quick? Okay, it's going to be for Goliaths. And now we're going to get that second machine shop here already for Sinjil. And siege mode was canceled? I'm sorry, did I see that correctly? Did I see siege mode get started and then get canceled? Maybe I'm seeing things here. Vulture's gonna just come right up into the base here. This tank is going to block the ramp, but we do have one Vulture up here already. SCV is gonna come down here and try to get on top of this Vulture and try to minimize the number of SCVs that go down. I believe we have 2 kills. Yes, 2 kills already on this Vulture. The tank will come out and take it out. This tank manages to fend off the rest of the Vultures here. SCV going to come down and repair. Tank should be able to push these back. And now we've got... I'm sorry, Siege Mode finished. I did not realize that Siege Mode could complete that fast. Again, not a Terran player. So now Siege Mode here at the natural location of Javier. You have a Marine and a Vulture here as well. Goliath, Marine, SCV, gonna come down here, gonna try to break down the ramp before the rest of these tanks can come up. They do come up from the main. Now this tank is going to be taken out here, but the other 2 tanks show up to reinforce the position. And okay, so Sinjil's barracks getting chased out here, no free vision here. We do see a little bit of high ground, but we can't see the top of the ramp. But Javier... Okay, Javier can... Okay, whoops. Trying to toggle their vision here, my bad. So Javier, not afraid at all whatsoever of these tanks, just marches the Goliaths down. Apparently Goliaths can just do that. Just walks down here, takes out these 2 tanks. Now, more tanks and several SCVs coming up here. This is an interesting tactic here. I mean, we do see a command center going down here, so I guess this isn't all in, but this is, in my mind, a lot of SCVs to commit to. SCV is being pulled here for Javier, as we do have the tanks up here on the high ground now of the main base. Getting a lot of kills here. 5 kills on this tank, 1 kill on this tank now in siege mode. This Goliath will eventually pick this off, and it looks like this tank is going to get pushed back. We do have 1 Vulture up here with a kill delaying this command center. And after all is said and done, there is a worker advantage for Sinjil. His command center is already done. And there's still units sitting here at Javier's Natural. So I have to imagine if I'm Sinjil, I'm really liking this position right now. And more tanks. More tanks being rallied up here. There's really not a lot here for Javier. He's got 3 Goliaths. He's got 2 Goliaths in production. More tanks being rallied up. Just pure tank production here now. Finally stopping the tank production, getting another barracks out here. Yeah, Vicious, I have to agree. Yeah, alright. GG is called, Javier taps out. The Siege Tank Rush proving to be just a little bit too strong. And that means second series in a row. Second series in a row, going to go to game number 3. So we are going to see potentially a nice long macro game as Retro is going to be the next map. Let's get that score updated. Oh, I hit the wrong race for Sinjil. I realized I had the wrong race up. Alright. Let's replay it right into the next one. Alright guys, here we go. In the lower left corner on Retro, we do have, representing the Uncoachables, we have Javier. And over here in the bottom right corner, close spawns here, we do have Sinjil representing. Thank you very much. Game 3, guys. This has been a pretty exciting series so far. Learning a lot about TVT, or at least how it's played on 2-player maps. And now we're going to see how these Tier 0 Terrans want to play on a 4-player map. What is it that we want to do here? Again, we've been talking a lot about how on 2-player maps, the builds are guaranteed to interact. Maybe not so much on a 4-player map. It also obviously depends on how quickly you scout your opponent, what direction you scout in. Do you end scout? Do you clockwise scout, counterclockwise scout? What do you decide to do here? I'm actually very interested to see how these two players are going to approach that particular problem. And whether you're watching this live on my Twitch channel or if you're watching this on the CPL YouTube channel, I do want to thank you for tuning in and checking these games out. It has been absolutely wonderful. Like, really, I've been watching ASL for about a year, regularly for about a year and a half. Year and a half to 2 years now, and finally getting back into Brood War. Getting involved in the Coach-Pupil League, you know, playing the game again, casting. I mean, it's been so much fun. I've been absolutely loving it. It's so great to see how active the foreign scene is. And I just love it. I plan on doing this forever, as long as my time and my life permit. Just like Artosis wants to cast games forever, I want Brood War to live on until the end of time. So yeah, just been having a blast here. And here we are going to just see, looks like a clockwise scout from Javier, counterclockwise scout from Sinjil. So they are going to last scout each other, which is kind of funny. It looks like these SCVs are just going to cross paths right here in the middle. We can see here on the production tab. I mean, look at this. You can't get any more clockwork. Like, they met, like, right here on the high ground. Okay, second factory here coming down. For a little bit faster for Sinjil. In pretty much every game here so far this series, he has been the aggressor. And so not changing that here at all is Sinjil. And does now know by process of elimination. I mean, he has not actually gotten to Javier's base yet, but he does know that it's a short rush distance, and now he's going to see that once again, just like game number 1, Javier is going to go for that factory expand with that quick add-on. And last time on Invader, Sinjil went for the 2-port Wraith, but now is going to go for that fast second factory, getting that add-on. Is it going to be another siege tank play? I have to, if that's the case, I mean, I have to imagine that this is just, better for Javier? I'm sorry, better for Sinjil? Well, I mean, obviously it depends on the amount of damage he is or isn't able to do, but siege mode already on the way, and it looks like this is going to be a repeat of game 2, at least from Sinjil's side. Barrick's gonna float across here for Javier. And unfortunately, the path that this is taking I don't think he's going to see these factories. I really, no, he's not going to see much of anything. Oh, he sees the tank. He just barely got a look at that tank. That might actually be pretty huge here. Vulture here, chased off by this bunker. We do have one tank out. And siege mode is actually already done here for Javier. So we do have that siege already ready to go. Siege mode here has also finished up for Sinjil. And it's interesting, actually, it's going to be interesting to see what can... what each side can do here. Sinjil now finding out that Javier's siege mode is done, taking a lot of damage on this first siege tank. And now we're going to see... Oh, that rally! Oof. A lot more damage being put down onto this siege tank as well. Now, with Javier floating his factory over, or his barracks over here, he doesn't have that barracks to spot. Sinjil held his back and now does have this barracks to spot. But Javier, with the eBay built here and floating it out, will have that vision advantage already, and already getting damage down onto these two tanks will just take them down immediately. A little bit of damage done to this tank here, but that's going to get repaired. And we do have an SCV coming down here from Sinjil, but unfortunately it was too late to save the two tanks up here. And so, just like that, we have a tank advantage for Javier in this position. Very light contain here. Command center is done for Sinjil, but I mean, if we look over here at Javier's natural, he's already mining. He's got the refinery coming. Starport and a third factory coming down here for Sinjil. Meanwhile, back at home here, we've got that armory for that +1 attack. We've got that starport going down. And right now, just reinforcing this light contain here. One tank up here on the high ground. Sinjil should be able to see that. I'm a little bit surprised he has his tanks rallied in that direction. Second and third factories going down here for Javier. And now moving up here to potentially take a third base on location. It looks like Javier is positioning to do that. Dropship inbound for Sinjil with that starport that he built earlier. Dropship on the way here, but not done yet. And let's see what these vultures can get done. Not really much in the way of defense here. One tank coming up, but the mine's already being laid. One SCV going down, two SCVs, three SCVs going down, 4, 5, 6 SCVs. Oh my goodness, 7, 8, I want to say that was 8, 9 SCVs going down. Just looking at the kills here, I saw 4, 2, and 1 for a total of 7. This tank badly hurt. Can he pick it off? Oh my god, it's got 3 HP. Yes, he can take that out. And these vultures still just being a complete nuisance here in the base of Javier. And we've almost equaled the SCV count here. Now, Javier did have that command center up before Sinjil did, but now Javier not mining from the main. This Goliath, as soon as it comes out, eats a mine and gets taken out. Another SCV kill. Mine gets down onto the siege tank. But it looks like this siege tank will eventually be able to clean this up. Is he going to get... Wow. Just get one more kill. And now, completely even. Completely even on the worker count. More dropships on the way. More factories on the way. Now, we do have an SCV sitting up here, but not much it can do right now. Really don't want to be trying to throw down that command center at this time. Wraith out here for Javier. Going to spot these incoming dropships. Got a turret here. This turret just now completes, but it doesn't quite complete in time. Another drop coming down here. We've got, looks like 4 tanks, a couple Marines, a couple more vultures here. But unfortunately, now this could potentially do a lot of damage as we do get on top of the production here. Tank getting taken out, more SCVs falling as we do get the mines down here, but no anti-air at all. This Wraith can slowly pick at these tanks. Now, we don't deal a whole lot of damage very quickly here, but eventually this will get cleaned up. In fact, dragging the mine into this tank here as Javier's tank pops out. And to be perfectly honest, I don't think that drop did enough. We didn't really get... There was no lost mining time, unlike that first drop. Not really a whole lot of damage to the SCV count here. Once again, we remain even. Supplies remain even. Let's take a look at big picture here. Alright, so +1 armor on the way. +1 attack is done. No upgrades here. Got an academy going down, so no comsats yet. The comsat's already done for Javier. And there's another starport. There is the armory. Going down, that +1 finally starting. It's a little bit difficult for me to evaluate this position, but I feel like you gotta feel good if you're Javier, I think. In this position, you gotta feel pretty good. This contain has basically meant absolutely nothing. I mean, these tanks have basically been completely ignored. They have not stopped. I mean, if Javier wanted to, in fact, yep, there we go. 400 minerals. There's really nothing going on right now in terms of pressure, so we're going to go ahead and throw down that third command center, and in fact, Sinjil will do the same. It looks like we're gonna macro up a little bit here. Comsat's going down, more dropships being made, Goliath range +1, vultures, we're just getting a bunch of units out here for Javier. Who is that just... Oh, Javier scanning... looks like that was a Javier scan up here to check the 12 o'clock location for a potential base. But Sinjil double expanding to the top left corner at the same time as he expands to 6 o'clock. And with this minefield already set up here, it's actually going to be really hard to even scout this. I mean, you could scan up there, obviously, that's an option, but even if you know about this base, it's not easy to clear these mines. If Javier ever wants to come attack, and you've got turrets here, you could get some dropships up here if you hug this wall, but Javier's not going to get up here without Sigil knowing about it. And it's going to be tough. Okay, it looks like Sigil... Javier has vision up here, but I don't know if that's recent vision. That could be just from the scouting. Unfortunately, there's no way to know if he's maybe scanned up here and actually seen this or not. +2 on the way, more tanks, more factories, going up to a total of 6. SCVs being built here. Javier really up on his SCV count here. Has taken that lead back even after all of that harass from Sigil. Sigil getting his tanks. Okay, here we go. Doom drop looks like is going to be on the way here from Sigil. Although I don't think these dropships are not completely full. He's got a lot of stuff here he could potentially be picking up. Javier trying to get a really good, as good a read as he can as to where Sigil's army was. He did have units rallied up to here. And now he's reinforced his light contain. Sorry. I heard missile turret fire and it looks like it was just this. eBay, where are those dropships? Okay, dropships are now moving out. It looks like they are relatively, not completely full, but relatively full. Javier does not have vision of them just yet, but where is he gonna send these? I mean, I guess you could bring these tanks over here, maybe try to get some vision and take these turrets out. Lots of scans going down here. Okay, these mines have been cleared out, and now Javier is moving out. I don't know if he knows about top left. I don't know. Has he actually seen top left? He is moving out. We do see some siege tanks positioned over here, and here we go. eBay gonna go in here to try to tank these turret shots while these dropships move in. It is working out now. All of these dropships going to unload. There's a lot of tanks here. 10 siege tanks sieging up almost immediately. However, there is very little here to support them. Any Goliaths and Vultures that were meant to be dropped out along with this are already gone, and this is just going to get cleaned up immediately. In fact, Javier actually going to drop Goliaths right on top of these siege tanks, and this just did nothing. +2 on the way here from Javier. He's got quite a few units here ready to push the natural, and there's not a whole lot here. There's still so much stuff over here, and Javier just like walked right around all of it. He said, nope, I don't want to deal with that. I don't need to deal with that. It's not important. It doesn't matter. These units don't matter at all. I just want to come over here and just kill you. I'm just going to come kill you, okay? Is that okay with you? I don't think Sigil's going to have much to say about this. Move commanding siege tanks up the just move commanded siege tanks up the ramp. These dropships getting zoned out. These siege tanks are going to get right on top of the factories, right on top of production. Sigil adding another factory in the middle of all of this. The command center going to go down. More Goliaths coming up here. Siege tank making it a little bit hard. But that's got to be game, right? Like, we're not even bringing this stuff home. Sinjil is kind of processing the loss. $69 supply. Not so nice in this situation. Literally double the supply now for Javier. Nearly double the SCV count, relatively speaking, as, yeah, there's, I believe, a 0% chance of Sinjil coming back in this position. I think the only way that Sinjil wins is if Javier's power goes out and you lose. I think that's about it. Some siege tanks coming up here to attack this. And in fact, I'm really sorry. I guess I missed siege tanks coming up here and killing basically all the SCVs. All the SCVs here are dead. Javier has an SCV up here just attacking this command center because why not? Sinjil trying to rebuild all of his factories up here. The only problem is there is literally nothing to stop Javier from coming across the map with literally anything. And yeah, here we go. A handful of tanks and vultures going to go ahead and push up this ramp. And GG is called. I unfortunately do not speak German or Swedish or whatever language that is, so I have no idea what Sinjil said. I hope it was nice. I hope it was... Oh, no. Javier takes the win. Yeah. Okay. That was an excellent TVT that I picked this week to cast, as casting these games and learning the matchups that I don't play as much. Very exciting. Also, and I understand kind of why this is. I mean, when you're doing the ladder replay analysis, the ladder games that, you know, Falcon Paladin and Saiyan and Artosis like to do, you don't want to. Obviously, the mirror matchups tend to be less interesting overall, so I imagine that they don't really do the mirror matchups that much. But it is kind of nice to take a look at them from time to time, in my opinion. So there you go. There is a nice dose of TBT there for you. Let's go ahead and go into next matchup. We have Tarpman versus Worst. Tarpman versus Worst. Okay. So that is going to be... I actually don't know what race Tartman is, so I'm just going to go ahead and load up this replay and we'll figure out when we get there. So I am a professional broadcaster, and I also don't want to look at the timestamp. Let's go ahead and just jump right in. I don't want to spoil the game length for myself. Oh, CVP. Excellent. Love it. This is exactly what I want to see. Finally, a game that my smooth brain could essentially learn from. All right, great, cool. Let's get into this. I'll update the scoreboard in a second here. Bottom right corner, representing the Uncoachables, it is Tartman, and up here representing. Thank you very much. We have the Protoss player worst. Are again on Invader, that 2-player map. Will be interesting to see how our players choose to deal with fighting in the Starcraft equivalent of a phone booth. As I take a moment to get the scoreboard updated. It's Invader. There we go. Alright, that should all be correct. Alright, let's take a look here. What's happening? Are we going to see gate first? I have to imagine we're going to see gate first, right? It's a 2-player map. Why wouldn't you want to walk zealots across the map and kill as many things as you can? Looks like 9 pool here. 9 pool here? Was this a 9 pool or was this like a 7 pool or something? Gate first on Invader is hard. Oh, hey, what's up, worst? Yes, please feel free to jump in and correct my smooth brain commentary. I'm here to learn. All right, I'm here to learn. So if I say something fucking stupid, please call me out. So we are going to see that Forge first expand. I guess gate first is hard because you have this direction to come from as well for Zerglings. So it's kind of easy to get around. Like, you can't really block all this up with Zealots. Is that why gate first is kind of hard? Okay. When you take 2 extra seconds to think about how Invader is unique as a map, you realize why gate first is hard. It's hard to defend both ramps. So now, with the Forge here and the cannon going up, we're just going to go ahead and get the 2-lings out to harass this probe. We're going to get our gas down. We're going to take our 3rd. And now, everybody's favorite guessing game. Spire, or is it going to be a Spire, or is it going to be a Hydralisk 10? Words are hard. That's what we're gonna look for, and then of course from the Protoss side, are we going to get Corsairs or are we going to skip them and maybe go for some quicker Zealot aggression? Just have to wait and see. As the gateway goes down, Nexus finishing up, 3rd hatch finishing up on location, drones being transferred. Worst showing his micro skills here. And while I have Worst in chat, Worst, I was looking at, sorry, there's not much going on here. Worst, I saw that you signed up for the BSL ladder. I'm kind of curious what your BSL experience is. One thing that's really fun to me about getting involved in the foreign bird war community is being able to just have like direct interaction with top tier players. And learning how strong everybody is and kind of what the power rankings are. And so I'm kind of curious what if you don't mind talking, if you got a little bit of time to chat here, what your experience is with BSL. Never played in BSL. I'm told it's kind of annoying in lower tiers because people don't really care. I see. I guess I'm curious because I was actually kind of interested in getting involved in BSL myself, maybe trying to get into that Chobo League. I'm kind of curious what you mean by people don't really care. Care to play matches in the leagues? If you want to expand on that, I would appreciate it. Here we go. +1 here, getting started. I think this is a normal +1 timing. We do see that Corsair coming out. The Ling's just kind of keeping an eye on the wall here, and it is going to be a Spire to have that lair on the way. Drone's coming out here. Citadel going down, so I have to imagine once this lair once the spire finishes, we're going to see a few... It's not everything. Also, actually dodge when the player doesn't show up. Oh, really? Hell yeah. Alright. I am totally down for something that is annoying, but I get, like, free wins, I guess? I don't know. I can see that being annoying, but if there are people who want to play, great. If there are people who don't want to play, fine. Whatever. So, of course. It surprises me that people would sign up if they don't want to take it seriously, but, you know, different people have different motivations. Anyway, this Corsair just going to come in and get a scout off. Sees the Spire. Getting Overlord speed on the way. Hydro S10 coming down. You know, nothing really out of the ordinary. We're just going to go ahead and go up to 4 hatcheries, +1 range. I have to imagine, yep, there's Hydralisk speed. +1 almost done here. For the Protoss player, a couple more Corsairs, legs, Templar Archives on the way. Legs are pro, goes through Hasu Chobo. Hasu is already top of tier 0, if not already CPL. Chobo is basically everyone below that, so the range is massive. I really appreciate you clarifying that for me, because I was actually curious as to how that worked. Because I saw a lot of people... I saw names that I was that I recognized in Pro and Gosu. But I didn't see any names that I recognized on Hasu or Chobo. And the names that I saw that I recognized on the BSL ladder, like even the bottom of the BSL ladder, I think I saw like Dex, who is like relatively new to tier 0 as I understand it, so... If I play in BSL and get smashed in the Chobo League, so be it. I have not decided yet whether or not I want to commit to that, but I might do it. I'm here to learn, I'm here to play, I'm here to have fun. Moving out here with a decent amount of Corsairs, +1, air and ground on the way, speed done with these Zealots. And here we go. How good is the SimCity and defense here from Tartman? Where's going up the ramp, decides not to commit. Decides that the SimCity is a little bit too good, too much in favor here of Tartman. The Scourge up here not doing much themselves. Okay, gonna go ahead and try to connect on these Corsairs now. Takes 2 of them out. They are gonna get focused down also by these Hydra, and now coming into the natural, these Zealots again trying to get on top of these Hydralisks, but the hatcheries and the drones now getting in the way. Great drilling here from Tartman. I don't think he's lost, maybe he lost like 1 drone here. See a little bit of blood, did not quite hear what that was that died, but it looks honestly like Tartman has done a really good job of holding this. 1 DT here. Going to be very annoying. Now Tartman is going to back up, does have this Overlord here in position for vision. 1 more Hydra's going to go down, and now that little bit of aggression is over. And now Tartman's going to comfortably macro up on 3 bases. That 5th hatchery now has been finished. Excuse me, can I please click on this? Okay. 2nd evolution chamber on the way here. Well, worst, you can agree or disagree with what I'm about to say, but from my perspective, that just means I get higher quality replays to examine, right? If my opponents are hitting their timings better, then I get to, and if I get completely smashed, then I have more stuff to go off of to study the timings that my opponents are going for and the builds my opponents are going for. Yeah. I mean, it's just like ladder, right? There are not that many people who are getting into Starcraft now. Most players don't really enjoy getting smacked by +4 in MMR. I mean, that's what I spend most of my time doing in CPL anyway. CPL, ladder, BSL, I mean, Am I not just getting smurfed on from all angles? It's just kind of the reality you have to accept when you're new to Brood War, so... And you and I have had conversations about that. I would say that I understand. Let me preface this by saying I understand that CPL is run by volunteers. No one gets paid to do this. Um, I do think sometimes people stay in Tier 3 longer than they should. And sometimes people are placed in Tier 3 when they should not have been. However, I'm, getting a little bit better handle on my own personal ego and trying not to take losses personally. I was kind of expecting Tier 3 to be a little bit more like Bronze and Silver in Starcraft 2, but that is not the case. Everybody's pretty good. But it's been fun, getting a wrap around the mental and all that stuff. But hey, let's talk about this game. There's some stuff going on here, as Worst is going to go ahead and push into the 4th base here of Tartman. Tartman bringing his Hydra down. He's got a few lurkers here. Not terribly many, though, although the macro has been fantastic for Tartman, already on 107 supplies. So this is going to be something like 4 control groups of Hydras here. +1 already done, +2 almost done. We almost have 2-1 upgrades here for Tartman, trying to come up here and pick off these Templar. We do have a lot of energy here for Storm. Storm's going to go down, taking out, I think all of the lurkers are dead. Yes, that is true. Great Storm going off here on these Hydra, coming down to reinforce, and it looks like this 4th base is going to get shut down more or less immediately. These terrifying 1-1 speed lots here. The 2-1 almost done, +2 weapons now finally done for Tartman, as he is trying to macro here as best he can. Kadar and Amulet on the way here for Worst. And it looks like Tartman... No, I'm sorry. Worst is going to regroup. Reinforcements coming in here. Now, only 2 High Templar. He's got 1 Storm. So might want to back up here before before Tartman can really reinforce this position. But 4th base taken out. 3rd Nexus up. We got 48 probes, plenty of probes that we can transfer over to get this base online. Still a healthy Corsair count here. Healthy army count. 136 supply, I feel like is Worst here. You just feel amazing. And as Tartman here, you're kind of trying to hang on. Not a lot. Okay, we do have Hydras up here. We do have... Unfortunately, there's a little bit of split disconnect here between the Hydras and the Lurkers. Lurkers here are going to go ahead and burrow. Maybe could have gotten some storms off here. Actually, no energy here on this High Templar. This one up here from the high ground does have a little bit more energy. We do have another Dark Templar here going to get taken out here, as we do have the Overlords coming up. A 4th base trying to be claimed up here in the top right corner, but really would need to take control of this high ground if he wants to hold on to this base. But right now, Worst has control of the high ground here. Going to push these Lurkers back. And I'm curious now, I just want to check here, do we have a Hive? No, I don't think we have a Queen's Nest either. Might want to look into getting that Adrenal Gland upgrade here for these Hydralisks so that we can trade better with the Dragoons. But right now, just relying on Hydra Lurker here to try to defend these different locations here. More Lurkers coming down here. The Dragoon count has kind of thinned out here. Do we have a Storm here? It looks like we had 1 more Storm left in the tank. That has been spent. And just barely trying to macro as much as he can here. More Lurkers in production for Tartman. More Hydra coming out. Zerglings coming out to reinforce. That +1 armor has finally finished here. +1 melee, +2 carapace here. On the way for Tartman. And my goodness, I am out of breath. Action here coming fast and furious, as now Tartman is going to try to reinforce this 4th base location. Desperately needs to get that gas online. Queen's Nest now finally going down here, and also has rebuilt that hatch at that So I guess this would be the 4th base location. This would be the 5th base location, I guess you would say. 4th base now being taken by Worst. And it looks like this position is going to be pretty cleanly secured. And now we're just going to go up into some quiet macro here. Great drone and probe counts for both sides. Pretty healthy supplies overall. There's no Templar. Oh, there's no Overlord over here. Oh, this is going to be rough. 1, 2, 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills. Lings rallying up here and some lurkers up here trying to clear out this high ground. But this Dark Templar just having his way with this base. Every drone is going to go down, going to start hammering away at the hatchery, and even maybe going to snipe this lurker here. Yes, we'll get the kill on the lurker. Oh, sorry, I missed battling going up here on the high ground. Worst is going to take out everything that was up here in position for Tartman. He does have these defenses here, but it doesn't really matter as now Worst is going to just maintain control of this high ground, could even come down here. There are some lurkers here that are going to keep Worst from completely pushing forward, but right now, Tartman not looking as healthy in the supply as he was before. Hive now done. So we can look for that adrenal upgrade. These lurkers have all been cleared out. This base is going to get destroyed. Another Dark Templar here just getting so many kills. And Tartman is going to GG and tap out. Very well played game here from Worst and Tartman both. That was a very fun game to watch. And I'm learning every day. I'm learning more and more about how this game works. Like, for example, what did we learn today? We learned that you can't really open Forge Fast or Gate Fast Expand on Invader because of lots of places for Zerglings to run by. So, alright, let's go ahead and let's update that scoreboard. Oops. I do need to go use the bathroom. Get to this next match. Okay, I'll be right back. guys. Let's jump into game number 2. I am gonna take a break after this. I'm gonna take a break for lunch, so I've been up since about 7, and I also have a quick appointment to go to. I won't be gone for very long. I will be back to finish up the series and to also actually play some games on stream, which is what I planned on doing today. But I will need to take a short break in the meantime. But let's go ahead and go Dark Origin and game number 2. Let's just get that going right now. Alright guys, game number 2, coming at you. In the top left corner, representing the Uncoachables, it is Worst. And down here in the lower right corner, it is... Wait, did I just load up game 1 instead of game 2? This is not the right... There we go. Okay, I realized that I loaded up the same game because it was on Invader. Yeah, I realized it, and yeah, Worst, you realized it as well. All right, the correct replay here on Dark Origin, top left corner it's Horse, bottom top left corner. Sorry, it is Tarp Man. Bottom right corner it's gonna be Worst. So there we go. Now we're in the right replay. We're on the right map. We're in game 2. Like I said, I'm going to be taking a break after this, so clearly I need one. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what builds our players go for here. As Forge First, obviously going to be a lot easier to go for here if that's what Worst wants to do. Just have the one choke to defend. It looks like over pool is going to be the opening here for Tarp Man. Can't imagine you'd want to go 12 hatch on this map. Oh, do you normally send the probe out and then do you send like another probe down for a Forge expand? Or like, will you just send the probe out and then Forge, like another probe comes out to do that? I appreciate that detail. Again, I'm here to learn as much as I can. You scout after pylon with Forge? Ah, gotcha. Okay. Drone Scout coming out now for Tartman, and here's the drone going to come out and try to get that hatchery down. No block attempt at all from Worst. Did kind of need to come up here. Well, actually, no, I guess you don't have to do that in this situation because you would have seen this Overlord. Maybe, actually, Worst, you could tell me. On a two-player map, you can't really... I guess Tarp wasn't really trying to hide the second Overlord. I don't really know how it works if you need to come up here and check for a 9-pull or not. Gate your scout after gate. But regardless, I mean, I guess the block could have gone down. But anyway, doesn't matter. Hatch is down. Lings are out. You do see the gate here. Gate first. As the first zealot going to come across the map here. Okay, I guess... I'm not sure. I'm guessing that was the scouting drone. Because I didn't see exactly what happened to it. I assume it lived, because there would be nothing back at space to kill it. Ling gonna chase this probe out. SUV gonna go and harass the space, but we've got plenty of Lings here to come and take care of that. 2 more Lings here on the way, pretty standard. Taking that gas after that third hatch. And this zealot's gonna be as annoying as it possibly can. However, looks like you can actually get 3 Lings on top of the Zealot here in that position, so that's going to be perfect. Looks like a Ling got in here trying to get a little scout, maybe get a little behind here. Does confirm that the Nexus went down. you would have gotten sight of that for sure. Forge here, the Zealots are just going to chill back at home, make sure no lings can run by. And now it looks like we are just going to transition into a standard macro game. We'll have to see what Tartman does with his first 100 guess. I have to imagine it's going to be a lair, so that we can get that spire down. And a cannon here for worst, so that we can... I guess I am a little bit surprised that Tartman isn't coming up here just trying to put a little harass down before the cannon finishes. As I don't know if this cannon was necessarily late. I knew the build, but I prefer to go for the drone harass. I see. I think I killed one this game. Oh, I wish I had been reading chat. I would have paid more attention to the probe harass specifically. Only 6 lings taking damage like that can be very risky. Yeah, totally. And in fact, more lings on the way here from Tartman to meet up with the initial 6, as we have a Hydralistan going down. Do we have the 973? Do we got a full 973 going on here? Drone count not quite terribly high here, as again, we've made a lot of Zerglings here, and here comes Worst coming back out with the Zealots. Does get this drone here a pretty decent looking surround. This probe not able to help out as much as it would like, however, also not able to take this probe out very quickly. The drills here from the... I can't even process what's going on. The probes are drilling the Zealots, the drones are drilling the Zealots, the probes are drilling the Zerglings, and eventually Worst does come out on top. This Zealot here, having taken quite a bit of damage, forcing out more Zerglings from Tartman. And 2 drones went down, I think. Now, wow, you can only get 1 ling back there. That's so annoying. These Zealots just doing as much as they possibly can. What do we have back here? So we saw, obviously, we saw the Hydralisks. He knows that they're coming. More cannons going down. We have to respect this. That +1 getting started. Corsair's coming out. No +1 air, so it looks like we don't want to commit super hard into Corsair. Just yet. We do have the... Me making a cannon already is not a bad scenario for Z. Yeah, I would imagine, yeah. I was a little bit surprised that he didn't come up and pressure this gateway more, try to force the Zealots out. Corsair up here harassing down this Overlord, but actually is going to get picked off. And now that range is done, we're going to get some pressure down on the gateway and the forge. +1 is about 60% of the way done. And now, I mean, Tartman's going to come up here and just... I mean, this isn't going to finish. And now we're actually going to go ahead and jump on the cannon. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I don't know if maybe that was... If maybe Tartman, like, moved on to the forge, and then the Hydras got baited by the cannon? That's actually really surprising. Far be it from my smooth brain to say stuff like this. If this is wrong, please correct me. I feel like that's a bit of a blunder. Because I genuinely feel like if you're Tartman in this position, if you just hold position your Hydra here, and force, you can at least force this cancel. He can't snipe the forge otherwise. I'm not... I guess from where I sit, I felt like he had plenty of Hydra here to snipe the forge, but if cannon against the forge goes up... Oh, I see. Okay. That I did not know. Again, here to learn. Okay, so the +1 attack finishes on time, +1 armor already started. This Vertical spawns, cannon outranges Hydra, you can get 2 at an angle max. Yeah, I've noticed that vertical spawns, it's really, really, really hard to find that one, like, it feels like it's a pixel or two that you can, even with range. +2 already on the way now. Lots of gateways going up here. We have that, we've made, what, 2 Corsairs? A third on the way, but really not going heavy into the Corsair. We actually just want to get that +2. Want to get that Storm. Just tons and tons of gateways going down here. Meanwhile, back in Tarp Man's base, +1 range on the way. Lurker Aspect and a Spire. I don't know if Tartman got wing speed. I think wing speed is one of those things that you tend to get kind of late in ZVP, depending on the opening. But getting those hatcheries out, getting that drone count up, making sure that he is safe from any Corsair that do come out. Zealots here, keeping an eye on potential expansion locations. Corsair just confirming that Hydras are being made. We don't have any lurkers on the map just yet. What do we have going back on back here? So one thing I'm looking at here, and this is me trying to learn, okay? This is me looking at this from a learning perspective. With all these gateways, there's no robo, and so there's no detection. And Lurker Aspect is done, and I have to imagine Lurkers are going to be on the way, as we do have Hydra moving out here for Tartman. +1 almost done, Overlord Speed almost done. We do have some Scourge out here to potentially pick off any Corsairs and potentially even Observers that might be out. There is a DT over here. It looked like, I'm not sure if it killed a Ling or a drone. It killed a something. But now we have that speed is done, so we'll have plenty of vision here for any more DTs or Observers that come out. That robo is going down now. We have, it looks like we have 4 Templar here, plenty of storms available. Looks like we have about, I would guess about 6. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 storms available. 5 storms. Probably going to be like 6 or 8 storms here by the time we actually try to engage. And some lurkers. We have lurkers already out here back at home. Looks like Worst might have caught, yeah, he's caught yeah, he sees where the army is. He sees these units over here, these units over here. Getting that 3rd base up, 4th base going up here for Tarpman. Pumping out those upgrades, +1 done. 2-1 on the way, and here Worst is going to come up here with these speed lots, going to go ahead and try to get us around on this splintered off group of Hydra. There was a storm down, gets a couple of kills, but for the most part, Tartman's just going to back off. He's going to be fine. Pumping out more zealots, more infrastructure, more upgrades. Goon range on the way. Is this +3? Yep, +3 on the way. So 3-2 already on the way here. 2-1 on the way for Tartman. This hatch here almost done. Plenty of lurkers in position to defend. However, Worst is going to move across the map. Now he's going to push these Hydra back to the bridges and now wants to attack this location here. And once he sees these lurkers up here on the high ground, he knows this is going to be extremely hard to break up this ramp, especially because I believe this is the first observer in production. Do we have an observer somewhere here with this army? I don't see one. DT just chilling back here at home. Some Scourge here, keeping an eye on this location that Worst might want to try to take in the future. for now, we're just going to hang back. Macro up, look at this. Whole control group of drones hatching out. So it's gorgeous. You love to see it, getting that drone count up. Getting that hatchery count up. Going into Hive. Fourth base now online. Start bringing in that gas. And just more macroing up here. Kadar and Amulet here for worst. That G here for these High Templar. Lots of Zealots moving out here. +2 armor, almost done. +3 weapons, about 60%, 55-60% done. +2 attack done, +1 carapace almost done here. Hive is done. We do have that Defiler Mound and Adrenal on the way. More lurkers being made. Third Evo Chamber on the way here. Second already done. So now we're going to get... With our fourth gas online, we can buy everything we could possibly want here as Zerg. We can buy all the upgrades, we can buy all the tech units, we can buy all the things we need to try to survive. As now... Worst has decided this is the time that he wants to try to break up here into this fourth base location. Does storm. Get some good storms off on these lurkers. Going to go ahead and move up this sunken colony, doing as best it can to try to stave off these speed lots as they come up here and get right on top of these lurkers. Some great storms coming down. However, the Hydra coming up to reinforce. We do have plenty of lurkers here. Again, that +2 2-1 is done here. So the damage is going to come and the Zealots get shredded. And we are out of storms for the time being. And so Worst is just going to have to pull back and, I mean, kind of trading out units here. But once all is said and done, the lurkers, I mean, this is now more lurkers than there were here before. We've got the creep colony already remade. So this honestly looks exactly like it did before Worst attacked from my perspective. However, we are securing this fourth base on the right-hand side. And we do have a Zealot here at both corners to spot for any fifth base attempts here from Tartman. Consume almost done. Do we have any? We have one Defiler in production. And Hydra here trying to keep an eye on the other side of the bridge, as now this is a bit of a tough position for Tartman, as Worst has control of the map, and Tartman can't really do much to stop this fourth base from going up. Worst is going to come back around here to the fourth base location. How many storms do we have? Looks like we have like 1 or 2. Okay, we've got like 5. We've got like 7 or 8 storms. So but the observer got sniped. We do have another observer here, but it's gonna get spotted. Oh, we made a spore colony. I love it. I honestly thought this is gonna be a sunken, but instead it's a spore. And so this observer is just barely allows for vision of these lurkers, but you can't really go up and, you know, you're dealing with the mischance, shooting up on the high grounds. We do have a full energy defiler out here. Gonna go ahead and look for, could get a good plague out here, or actually gonna go ahead and throw down instead the Dark Swarm. Should have energy for another one here in a little bit. Getting some storms down on these lurkers. We do have that the adrenal finished for these lings, as more storms are going to go down. It looks like that Defiler did die, and unfortunately was not able to get down another cloud. So unfortunately, these things aren't really going to get as much done as they would like. They're having a hard time getting on top of these dragoons. However, macroing as best as he can here. Tartman still sitting on 144 supply, just trying to get these units out as fast as he can to try to be cost efficient here in trading with the Protoss, who now will back up just a little bit now, but really wants to spread these out a little bit more. One Storm getting so much value. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Five lurkers going down at once, 4 more going down. Here are these storms. My goodness, the value. The absolute value of these storms, just insane. Now, more Hydra coming down here to this bottom left location. Tartman desperately needs to get another gas up to match the Protoss. Now, he does have all the tech that he wants, right? He's got the tech. He's got the production. He is floating a little bit. That's, you know, I don't want to criticize too much. These are tier 0 players, and I'm, you know, a smooth-brained Zerg, but it would be nice to see these as units. Decent Plague going down here. On these goons, of course, Protoss has no way of recovering the hull damage, so that's just permanent damage for free. Plenty of Defilers here now going to push in towards this 4th base location. Storm's going down, Dark Cloud's going down. Dark Swarm, sorry, Dark Cloud. Fantastic PlayStation 2 game. It's neither here nor there. These units going to come up from behind here. I don't see an observer here, so we actually have no way of taking down these lurkers. There is finally an observer coming up here, but having to deal with these cracklings here. Cracklings coming in from both sides here, as we do have, it looks like all of the lurkers that were up here trying to take out this base all have been cleaned up. There are a lot of Adrenalings up here, 1, 2, going to do a lot of damage here very quickly to this Dragoon, so Worst does have to back up. It looks like, meanwhile, the Zealot was cleaned up. All of these Hydra getting turned into about a bajillion lurkers. Storm eventually cleans up these the Zerglings. And now we are going to stabilize. Zealot's coming across here. This one, High Templar trying to see what he can do. Dark Templar trying to see what he can do. Everything here kind of needs to back up. We don't have any vision over here. This Dark Templar is just going to have his way with all of these units. Let's take a look at the big picture here really quick. Looks like +2 melee, +3 carapace on the way. More Hydra in production here. Wonderful Storm on these lurkers, going to clean up the units that were on the side of the bridge, so Worst can start taking the center of the map again. Would probably like to attack this location down here, but oh no, we do have an Overlord here. So yeah, this is looking like a use map settings game here with this comical amount. Oh no! Every drone of the drone transfer just got completely obliterated. Oh, the humanity. Oh my goodness, how many kills was that? 7 kills. 1. Where's the other offending High Templar? 6 kills. My goodness. Now we are moving back up to this 4th base location. So much action just non-stop here from these two players. A wonderful game being played out here. Just an absolute treat. As we do have lurkers coming up onto the high ground of this 4th base location. Hatchery going down up here in the top right. Looks like that Zealot was cleared out. And this is a pretty tough position suddenly for Worst, who is more or less mined out right now. Not much of a gas bank. More or less on one mining base. And with this base up, I mean, okay, well, let's take a look at, so we're trading out here, okay, But now, I mean, Tartman is ahead in supply, he's ahead in workers. Despite the fantastic storm we saw over here, it just doesn't matter. He's got a gajillion hatcheries. And 5 bases. And is he... Can I please zoom in over here? Yeah, he's going to be mining gas from the space here pretty soon. Mining gas from over here. This is going to get cleaned up, but I mean, everything over here, everything worst had up here is completely dead. It's all completely dead. So again, this is a very rough position for worst. Corsair is going to come over here to take a look at what's going on. They're going to see, I mean, there's not much that they can do. We do have the Spore Colony. We got some Hydras. We're going to have another Spore going down. We got plenty of detection. You can't really sneak a DT over there. The standing army for worst. I mean, there's some Templar here, but there's, what, 1 Storm on each of these? And this is a lot of everything, again, that you would want as Zerg. Plenty of Cracklings. 2-3 is done. These things are going to be just doing horrifying amounts of damage. Got a Defiler that's pretty soon going to be full energy for Plagues. We've got the Lurkers, more Defilers, more and more coming out. We've got this base online, this base is online. Worst is, I guess, going to try to attack this base, but I don't think you have the storms. Gallons asked for the Make Me Dab. I'm going to have to take an IOU on that because I'm going to be taking a break after this game. I have a very quick appointment to go to and I need to eat something. I promise you I will dab when I come back. I appreciate you, Gallons. I appreciate you tuning in. As we are going to have what I have to imagine is going to be the very exciting... Well, I thought this was going to be the exciting conclusion, but I got a little bit distracted by Gallons coming in here. Not his fault. It's totally my fault, as we had, it looks like some Lurkers were coming down here to try to surround and try to kill off this army, but it looks like the Lurkers got traded out here. We have a lot less Lurkers here at the lower left expansion than we did before. We got... Hydra coming up here to try to trade out, but 3-2-3, really scary here for these speedlots, as they are just going to get right on top of these Hydra. Yes, excellent upgrades here. 3-3 range done. Or Tartman. 3-2-3 done here for worst. This game has been absolutely bananas on both sides. We do have this base reestablished here for worst. And it looks like, okay, Tartman does want to push out over here. Has managed to push... Look at this! I'm sorry, this just looks like a used map settings game to me. That is a comical amount of Lurkers. More Lurkers going to get burrowed down here. We do have the Dark Swarm going down. I don't see... I mean, yes, we do have a couple of High Templar over here. They do have some Storms banked. Okay, there's a lot of Storm banked up over here. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We do have a Dark Templar over here that's causing a little bit of mayhem. Because we don't have any detection. Cracklings and Plagues going down all over the place. Zealots trying to take down this Defiler that's trying to run away. I mean, this is just like tiny little scrappy fights, one right after the other. Right now, Worst just going to back up a little bit here. Tartman still massively ahead in both army supply and worker supply. Can really just run some lings around here. Again, let's go ahead and take a look. We have plenty of energy on a couple of these. We do have some storms that could go down to try to clear out these lings. a delicious play going down on top of this small army here for Worst. Storm Drop loaded up here. Could potentially try to go up and hit this location. But right now, I mean, again, there's... This gas is mined out. This gas is mined out. This has about 3-4 minutes of gas left. So, Worst is just very slowly running out of money. Some great storms going down. Worst really playing his heart out here. Dark Swarm going to go down to, again, just try to make everything here as cost efficient as possible. More lurkers being made. More everything. More defilers. This one's got full energy. Could throw down a Plague and a Dark Swarm. It would be nice to have some Overlords out here, as, I mean, Worst has been mixing in Dark Templar this entire game. Observers coming out here. More Archons moving across the map. Got plenty of Defilers here. Or, sorry, plenty of Lurkers here. Plenty of Defilers as well. God, this has just been so back and forth, so push-pull. Really seeing the best of what CPL has to offer. As we just have, again, more scrappy engages here. Storms going down on top of these Lings, on top of these Lurkers. But as we just look at the production tab, just look at the production tab. +3 melee on the way. Hydra, drones coming out, Zealot, we've got, like, High Templar coming out, like, 1 or 2 at a time. Worst just does not have the gas. These High Templar have no energy. Do we have any other High Templar at all? These are becoming Archons. The thing is Protoss is running out of Splash. And you just need Splash to deal with Zerg. And I just, at this point, Worst has put up a hell of a fight. Just an absolute insane game. But the long and the short of it is he's on 1 mining base. And Tartman is more or less on 3 mining bases. He's still got plenty resources here. Yes, the minerals are almost mined out, but, we get more plagues going down, more Hydras coming in. The Lurkers are chewing up the Zealots. Cracklings are going to come in and murder all these Dragoons. Tarman is literally maxed versus a 126 supply Protoss. This is something you never want to see. Reaver going to come up here and defend this high ground. It's not really easy to push up in here. Some good storms coming down on these clumped up Lurkers. But look at this. Plenty of mining down here, plenty of mining up here. Not a lot of mining over here. Look at this. These bases, I think these bases are more or less... Okay, well, this gas is mined out because Tartman has held this for longer. But the minerals are almost gone from here. And, Worst is literally just going to run out of money. Like, he actually is just going to run out of money. You can count these patches in terms of Zealots, like, literally. Like, there's, like, a control group of Zealots in all of these patches. That's it. That's all he has. And so storming as Tartman, just kind of moves his units up to try to get on top of this base and clear it out. And Worst is going to call GG after a 32-minute slobber knocker of a game. My goodness. Amazing game. So many great games that I have cast already today. However, this series is going to temporarily end on a cliffhanger. I will finish this today. I am going to finish all the Tier 0 today. However, I do need to take a short break. I'm going to eat some lunch. I've got a haircut appointment today. So I should be back in 45 minutes to an hour tops. Tops. I'll throw out a ping in the CPL Discord when I do come back. So please come back for the conclusion of the Week 8 Tier 0 broadcast. Thank you guys again for joining me, and I'll see you later on this afternoon. Guys, I'll be back. Don't mind me. Just eating on stream because I forgot. Which screen I had? What up? Original caster over here. Alright guys, let's go ahead and get back into this. So we stopped with worst Tartman. Going into game number 3. Let's do this. Well, I need to. So we are, in fact, on retro. And spawning up here in the upper left, representing the Untouchables, it is Tartman. And down here in the bottom left, it's worst. Excuse me. Now, of course, in Week 8, Retro being the only not 2-player map, you get some different strategies. Different possible strategies, so that guarantee. Oh my god, just clean it on camera. You do get the occasional. You might get the same openings. You might get different openings. You might get aggression. You might get more economic / macro-oriented openings. Generally speaking, you're just going to have a wider range of openings on 4-player maps in general. But that's not a guarantee. We'll just have to see what they go for here. So, going by what we're said, you know, we do have the Scout after Pylon, so this should be a Forge expand. And Tartman gonna find Worst right away here. Or sorry, Worst gonna find Tartman right away here. I have to imagine that this more or less means that Tartman already knows where Worst is, because this is like the earliest possible scout timing. Like, there's no way that you sent this probe out even sooner to try to go, like, you know, bottom left, top right. I guess he could have been top left. And in fact, Tartman is actually going out that way to see if that is in fact where he... No, I'm sorry, he's putting down his 3rd hatch, I'm done. No, he's sending both Overlords down this way. He knows. He knows it's Forge Fast Expand. He's completely safe to park this Overlord in the main. And park this one outside the natural. Just keep tabs on what Worst is doing. We did have... Wait a second. We got a drone kill out of the probe? Are you serious? Wow, I was not... You don't expect that to happen, so I wasn't paying attention. Like, my bad on that one. Holy cow. You don't expect that at this level. Worst showing off his micro prowess here. As he does manage to get one of those early drones that really hurts. Excuse me, I'm super sorry here. 3rd hatch going down. Gateway going down, cannon already up. Nexus will complete. Oh! Oh, lots of hits here on this probe. Lots of hits here on this probe. Can he get this probe before it gets all the way out? No! Cannot get that probe just yet. This probe will go home, or maybe hide for a rescout. And as soon as Worst leaves the base, we do see the Hydralisk Den going down. He might have actually thrown that up while Worst was still. I'm not sure if Worst actually saw this or not. Again, unfortunately, you can't really see if he saw it or not. He may have seen it. Although, to be honest, I'm guessing if he saw it, he would have put more cannons here, right? So it looks like it's going maybe up here to look for a third base, or might come back around here to look for a third. We got some Lings up here to help defend if that is indeed what Worst decides to do. Getting that Hydra speed, getting that +1 ground. That Stargate's coming up. And here comes the Zealot, just to put a little tiny bit of pressure. We got 4 Lings here, that's plenty. That's plenty to deal with the Zealot. He's going to take a poke up here. He's going to confirm that it is in fact a third hatch on location. Are going to get that +1 air weapons along with the +1 ground. That Citadel warping in. I have to imagine we'll get legs started up here before too long. Hydra range already on the way. No extra cannons here. Hydra production kicking in for Tartman. We'll have to see how many he decides to get. It's only on 22 drones. Oh! 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 We actually just have a straight up 973. Okay. And Worst knows exactly what's happening. So... oh, is this a 9734? Is this the 9734 build? Because he's got that 4th hatch. And maybe that's a consequence of the Corsair scouting it, because now the cannons are warping in. Range is done. So we are going to start pressuring the gate. +1 is almost done. However, I'm not sure that Worst is going to be able to save it. This Overlord going to go down. Going to supply block Tartman here a little bit. That's really annoying. He doesn't even have an Overlord in production. It's going to be a while before he can make more units. Yeah, this is actually really unfortunate. He's got to make another Overlord. He is going up to, looks like 5 hatcheries, getting his lair. Evo Chamber going down. Dark Templar coming out here. Legs almost done. We do have Overlords here for Vision. The +1 did have to get restarted. So we did get the deny on that. So we really need to come in here and see what he can see. We do have more gates going down. We got a robo going down somewhere. There it is. Is that 5th hatch and 6th hatch going down at natural. Do need to recover those lost Overlords. We're going to maintain light contain here, getting that +1 ranged. What's really nice about canceling this, getting the cancel on this +1 melee is that +1 range is going to be really close by, whereas normally Protoss have a pretty big advantage early on. This is going to make Lynx potentially trade more efficiently for Zealots for the near future too, if there happen to be any engages before +1 finishes. Lurker Aspect and Overlord Speed on the range now that the lair is done. And we're just going to go into some 6 hatch Hydra play. Fortunately, did lose another. Ooh, DT drop. All right, can't get the DTs. And we got the Overlords here at the front. We have an Overlord right here, but are there any units at home? No, and this Overlord's going to get picked off here. These drones are going to have to get evacuated, or they're going to start getting massacred by these Dark Templar. He doesn't know that these are coming out here. That, again, this Overlord is dead. 2, 4, 6. 6 drones going down immediately. 7, 8, 9 drones. And now he's going to target down the Hydralisk Den. Now, okay, fortunately we had an Overlord pop out here right in the nick of time. However, he's actually gonna get it. Are you kidding me? Wait. Is he just barely? Nope, he's actually gonna get it. Wow, Dark Templar are pretty good. I don't. He got the cancel on lurker aspect. I've never seen that before in my life. That was crazy. We'll find out here in a minute. I don't see any. There aren't any lurkers making. Lurker aspect was really, really close to finishing. Oh yeah, lurkers are making. Okay. I guess you can't make lurkers without a Hydra this time? Even if lurker aspect is done? Never really been in a position to have to know if that's a thing or not. Lots of sunken colonies. And sunken colonies and lurkers going up for defense. Zelic gonna poke up here, and in fact, Worst gonna go ahead and attack into this. These lurkers are about to hatch. One is down. It gets burrowed. It could get stormed. This other lurker here could potentially get stormed as well. Actually going to go ahead and put the storm down on the drones. More drones going down. Almost all of these drones here at this expansion going down to 32 drones. We were at a much healthier drone count just a moment ago. A lot of value here. 9 kills. 12 kills between these two Templar. Now, how many of those were drone kills, I don't exactly know. I also don't know if you can... if it counts your larva kills. Regardless, 4th base gonna go down here pretty quick for Worst. And there really... Tartman knows about this, but there really isn't much he can do. Queen's Nest and an Evo Chamber going down, so wanting to get into that Hive Tech, and will likely want to pick up a 4th gas before too long. Let's do range +1 carapace on the way. And Tutu on the way for Worst, who is still making more Dark Templar. Getting some observers out. Hive has been started for Tartman. So we do want to get into Crackling Defiler. Really the only way we're going to try to secure a 4th gas. Worst already up here checking to see if anything has gone down just yet. A little scuffling going on here as both players try to maintain some sort of map control, make sure their opponents aren't taking a base that they don't know about. Oops. Okay, I'm terribly sorry. I'm missing a bit of a fight down here as I struggle with OBS. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Okay, so we got Worst pushing up here and dropping some Psystorms here at the natural of Tartman, taking out a lot of Hydra here, and also taking out a lot of these Lurkers. Tartman down to just 84 supply. Defiler's Nest almost done, pumping out as many Hydra as he can. Plus +2 range almost done. Adrenal almost done. Would be huge to get those upgrades in place. Would be even bigger still. Consume is started. Defilers are on the way, and Worst is going to back up. Now on 8 gateways. Zealots and Dark Templar just all over the map. Again, making sure that Tartman does not take a base without Worst knowing about it. And now that Consume is almost done. +2 Carapace on the way, macroing out a bunch of units. 2-2 is done for Worst, +3 ground now on the way, getting some Archons out for that extra splash damage. As we do know, this is the point where Tartman's going to want to start increasing that Ling count to help deal with these goons. And of course, with Consume done, we've already got this full energy Defiler here. He's going to want to throw down some Dark Swarms, Plague Knell on the way. We are going to pick off this Observer. Is there another Observer? There is one right here. Okay. Dark Storm goes down. The units are going to start moving up here. Storm goes down. Great Storm going down on everything under this Dark Swarm here as the Hydra and the Zerglings move forward. Okay, Storm right here. Some of the units already going down. And now we are actually going to pivot to this 4th base location for Worst. Throwing down the Dark Storm to try to help deal with these cannons. Templar up here in position. Plenty of storms available. It is really, really, really hard to try to push up a ramp like this. And again, I mean, look at this. You're not going anywhere. There are 3 storms left still on these Templar. You're just not going to break this. Tartman really just trying to get anything done that he possibly can. Ling's flooding out here to try to deal with these units. But now I think that was Tartman's last desperation attempt to get some sort of map control, maybe try to take a gas, but I mean, he's got no map position. Worst is ahead in every possible metric. He's ahead in bases, he's ahead in workers, he's ahead in supply, he's ahead in upgrades. I mean, Tartman's not dead. He has tech. Although, I don't see a Defiler. There's a couple on the way. Okay, sorry. This was the 3rd base location, 4th base now going up, probes being transferred. We got plenty of probes to send over there. Almost mined out in the main, almost mined out in natural. Just a few minutes of gas left on these geysers. Looks like a Dark Templar snuck up here, got a few kills. Looks like there's only one Defiler. Oh god, did he snipe a Defiler? Ugh. Gross. Plenty of Templar here with plenty of storms. As once again, Tartman's going to come up here. He's going to try to make a heroic last stand. One Dark Storm, some Zealots, or Zerglings in a Dream, and unfortunately that Dream is going to get completely walked all over. By Worst. More units in production here Poor Tartman again, just trying to hold on for dear life, but this maxed out army of worst, this bank, these storms on the eggs! The lurkers do manage to come out, but this observer is giving full vision, wonderful storms. We're going to go ahead and get rid of 3 of these. This one's pretty badly damaged. I mean, again, worst is just building up a bank. He's getting out Reavers. He's making High Templar by the half dozen. He's going to have pretty much infinity storms. And he's got a huge force over here. Like, you're never... Tartman's never going to clear this out. He's never going to take this base. This is not going to happen. A good plague down here on these units will deal some permanent damage. So worst will back up here. Just don't want to overextend with these units. All Worst needs to do is just continue to control the map. Some units coming over here to take a peek and see if he can maybe claim this base, but unfortunately the answer to that's going to be no. 3-3 speed lots are absolutely terrifying. They will absolutely clean up everything that comes across over here. We are going to send more lurkers over here to see what they can do, but it really doesn't look like that's going to be much. And yeah, all the units that were over there completely cleaned up. This is... Yeah. Not enough. It's not enough. Tartman taps out. GG is called, and Worst will take this. 2-1. That was a fantastic series. I'm so glad I got to watch that and cast it. I believe we just have one more set. So we'll go ahead and get that loaded up. Oh, we have 2 more. We have Naka versus Grast, and then Rindoy versus Vahens. Naka versus Grast. Alright, just making sure the scoreboard is accurate. Let's go ahead and get right to this. This game... Oh, did I accidentally load these 2? 2 by accident. I thought game 1 was played on Invader, but it looks like they played game 1 on New Dark Origin. Huh, interesting. Alright then. This was game 1. I clicked on it twice. Unless it was misnamed. Regardless, we're just gonna go with it. Do need to update the scoreboard. We'll do that in a second here. Up in the top left, representing some brain farting here. Representing the Uncoachables, it is going to be Naka, and down here in the bottom right, representing Thank You Very Much, it is going to be Grast. So we are on Neo Dark Origin. And once again, some more ZVP action to learn from. So I'm very excited to get into this match. And we'll just have to see what our players choose to go for. Overpull here for Naka. And a quick gas here from Grast. I'm actually not sure what this is. So again, brain's about to get super wrinkly here. I don't believe this is standard, but I could be wrong. Are we going... Okay, no pylon here. Are we going for some sort of proxy? What is this? Oh, wait, hold on. No, we have the forge. Is this... Wait. Are we cannon rushing? Is that what we're doing? Is this a cannon rush? We got the forge down here. Yep. Wait, +1? And a cannon, and are we just going... What is this? What is this build? I've never seen this in my life. Oh my goodness. Well, again, when you have a two-player map and you know exactly where your opponent is, you can go for some interesting openings. Right now, Naka just playing standard overpool. He's got his expansion down. And, he's been in the base, so he knows what this is. Is this just going to be like a speed lot all... No, he's not mining any more gas. This is going to be +1 Zealot all in? Is that a thing? I guess it's a thing, because Grast is doing it. Alright, so we're just going to have, I have to imagine, non-stop link production here out of Naka. And I imagine once this extractor finishes, we're going to try to get speed out as quick as we can. Throwing down another hatchery. And this is an interesting position because I'm guessing what you're going to want to do here is once this finishes, you're going to want to get a creep colony here down as soon as you can for a wall off. A third gateway going down for Grast. And Ling's coming out to maybe look for any hidden zealots that might be already out. We don't actually have any zealots out just yet. And now that we have a full control group of drones, of Zerglings, we are going to go back into drone production. Because 11 drones really just is not that much. Taking out a probe here. Rescout will be denied. Just 2 drones on gas here. Looks like we are not actually going to go for the Ling speed. I'm curious what Naka is going to do with this gas. And it does look like now, Rast is just going to defend and throw down a Nexus. And now we have a really weird looking game that has gotten to more or less a standard place, I guess. Lair started here, hinting at a Spire. Zealots moving across the map. That +1 is complete. And the Nexus will go down behind this. We already have Sunkens here and a lot of Lings. So I don't think these Zealots are really going to get anything done. We'll have to see. Yeah, worst is going to back up. Now, Nakayu's going to try to commit on with these Lings. I mean, they're +1 zealots. These Lings are not going to trade efficiently at all. One zealot does go down. Zealot's going to come up here and start to get on top of the drones. The drones are going to drill up and then come back down, trying to push the zealots out of the way. Trying to micro as much as he can against these zealots. This one zealot here almost completely dead. Very little health remaining on that zealot. Shields are going to start to charge back up here. One full health zealot here. And one wounded zealot. And these Lings are going to try to pick off... Oh, look at the micro! Ah! Naka trying really hard to pick off this one wounded zealot, but Grass too quick for that to work out. And Naka still making more Lings than drones here. Will finally chase these zealots. This one zealot doesn't quite manage to get... Okay, sorry, this was the wounded zealot from before. This is the one that's kind of on life support. And now these zealots are just going to hang out. Ling's going to move across the map and see what's happening. And what is happening is we have some zealots and some cannons. The zealots are going to need to come out in front to make sure that the Lings can't just run by. There are plenty of zealots here. And Naka's just going to back up immediately. Can't really get much done with these slow Lings. Spire's almost done. Excuse me. An Overlord died somewhere. I'm not sure if it maybe sacked its way into the... How did he lose an Overlord? I'm very confused. I would imagine it would say if any of these photon cannons had kills or not. Regardless, Naka's supply blocked for a little... Oh my goodness, as I turn all the lights off. Alrighty, Zealot's going to move out. Just pressure a little bit. Third base going up here for Naka. And here comes Mutas. Naka knowing that the opening that Grass has chosen, the anti-air is going to be slow to come out. And in fact, the Corsair has only just started and these Mutas are about ready to hatch. 5 Muta going to fly across the map. Will be shortly joined by 2 more. And let's see what these Mutas can get done here. Just start picking off probes here. There's only 1 cannon in this mineral line, so these Mutas picking off 2, 3 probes. How many probes did we get? Like 2. Okay, 3 probes are killed. 1 kill each on these Mutas. Templar Archives down here. This Zealot may be looking for a 4th. Come some Lings down here, just kind of being annoying. Ling Muta could probably potentially kill these. Now, these Mutas are going to commit over here at this expansion location. There is a Corsair out. It looked like they were trying to fight the Corsair, which does not go terribly well. Second Corsair coming out here. Now, Naka now pretty even on drone count with Grass. Grass putting that shield battery up. One of the Corsair chasing these Mutas back across the map. Drone's going to mine here. Oh, I am so sorry. I completely missed this Zealot run by. Drones had to be evacuated, and now they get on top of the spawning pool. The spawning pool is dead. The Spire is dead. All the tech is dead for Naka. And Ling's finally getting in here to try to clean this up. And apparently there was a pause, and Naka was having some issues getting his Lings to do what they want. Will finally clean up these Zealots, but not before, again, losing all the tech. The spawning pool and the Spire both need to be remade. and this is pretty rough. It's not an unplayable position by any means, but not one that you want to be in. I mean, even if oh my goodness. Even if Naka wanted to, even if you didn't want to make any more Hydralisks, wanted to make Hydra, you gotta wait for this pool to finish, try to get your Hydralist end down. There are some more Zealots just kind of hanging around being annoying. This Zealot's gonna come over here, try to get a drone kill. Looks like it did not. Are now even on workers. And this third base is pretty much fully functional. We are going to go ahead and rebuild that spire. We're getting some Sunkens down. I imagine those are going to be at that third base. These mutants coming out here for a scout, maybe try to collect some information, and they get baited into this Dragoon, this kind of small Goon Zealot Corsair force, and they just kind of shred that down to just 2 Mutalisks, really now not worth pretty much anything. This may be a little bit hard for Naka to hold, as he's got so much money that he can't spend. Hydra's speed on the way, but, like, all he can make right now is Lings. He has no space, no larva for making Hydras. He's finally starting making Hydras now, but I think this might just be too late. Again, these 1-1 Zealots just trading so efficiently against the Zerglings of Naka. That Overlord dying means that very temporarily Naka was supply blocked, although now that he did have an Overlord hatching immediately afterwards, is able to go ahead and spend that larva for some more Hydralisks. But how is he going to save this base? Hydra's rallying down from the main and the natural Zealots getting on top of these sunken colonies. And Hydra's just trying as best as they can to clear this up. A lot of drones have gone down. Again, we were even at one point in drone counts, and in the main here, while this is going on, Corsair's just sniping off all of the Overlords. Oh, speed not upgraded yet. Now, there are some Hydralisks to fend this off, but, I mean, 4 Overlords in production right now for Naka. It's really not what you want to be spending your money on if you help it. Third base now going down for Grast. Corsair going back over here. See how annoying that they can be. 6 hatchery going down. Macro hatch for Naka. Really would like to be able to spend some of this bank that he has accumulated. But these Corsair are making it very, very hard. We are getting some Scourge here to try to help reduce that Corsair count. And let's see here. Corsair are going to spot the Scourge. Can it connect? We got connections on 1. There is another that is very damaged. 1 Scourge could take it out. Hydra's coming up here to try to intercept. And at the very least, we are going... Yeah, okay. Naka breaks off, says I want to save these Scourge for later. He chased the Corsair away, which is more or less what we wanted to do. Actually, now he's going to fly them over, maybe try to get a look at Naka's base. And now we are going to move across the map with our Hydra. 2 Evo Chambers on the way, +1 has not been started just yet. Lurker Aspect now on the way, Goon Range almost done. We do have plenty of Templar, with plenty of Storms, and +2 Speed Lots. Naka can't really do much of anything in this position. He's got to back up. He's got to back up. You got to back up, dude. Oh, man. Speedlot's coming across the bridge, getting right on top of these Hydra. You really don't want to be losing these. Naka's still working on getting that critical mass out. And right now we have almost twice the supply for Grast as we do for Naka. I wouldn't be surprised if he has as many Zealots as Naka has Hydralisks. Hydralisks being rallied down to those bridges, not really helping defend this. And to be perfectly honest, with Lurker aspect not done yet, I don't think Naka can hold this. Yeah, no, we're just going to run... We're just going to run Zealots in, and they're just going to start taking everything over, and Naka's going to GG. So there you have it. So Grast will go up 1-0 over Naka. 2-2. Alright. I don't know if these were played out of map order or just labeled out of map order. Regardless, Invader, normally map 1, will be map 2, as far as we're all concerned. That on the scoreboard. Just double check, make sure that's accurate. Yes. Okay, spawning in the top right corner. Representing the Uncoachables, we have Naka, and down here representing, thank you very much, we have Grast. Once again, Invader can lead to some interesting positions. We had Worst in here earlier, who filled me in on the fact that really you're only ever going to want to Forge Expand, because it'd be hard to hold Gate Expand here because it's hard to kind of block your ramp. However, the probe here is just hanging out, which does suggest Gate Expand. Let's see. Alright then, it is going to be Gateway first. Out of Grast. Who does seem to really like his early Zealot pressure. And we'll have to see how well Naka can deal with that. As he is going for that overpool opening. I'm going to get in here and see what there is to see. And this drone going to be here, likely, I'm guessing on hold position. The probe will drill out, and not in time to block the hatch. So nicely timed out there by Naka to know that he could just get this down cleanly, and he'll send his drone out to scout. Zealot on the way here. And as Naka doesn't know exactly what's going on here, he is going to kind of hedge his bets. He's going to get 2 pairs of Lings and a drone. I have to imagine seeing this gate first, he's going to be getting more Lings with the next bits of larva that pop out. But for now, these 4 Lings going to be more than enough to deal with just the 1 Zealot. So if Grast does want to move across the map, it's probably going to be 2 or 3 Zealots. But again, you do have to respect counterattack possibility here while the cannon's up. So 3rd base on location for Naka. This probe coming in here for the rescout. Excuse me, I did not get enough sleep last night. Maybe time for a nap after this cast. This probe up here just going to be as annoying as possible. The Lings are going to try to catch it. I'm going to come out here and Start gathering some minerals from this natural. Zealots out now and Nexus down for Naka, and like I said, you just wait for 2 or 3 Zealots and then we move out across the map. This is where we can start to try to look for some damage. Maybe force out some Lings. Obviously Naka wants to be droning right now. Naka is of course aware of this. He's got 4 Lings, got 4 more production. He's going to need a few more for this. Unless he micros this really, 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 really well. These Zealots get 1 hit off on one of these drones. Now going to initially contend with the Lings, but now wanted to come up this ramp here, and instead they get blocked by Lings coming out of the main hatchery. One of the Zealots is already down, more Lings being made. Now this one Zealot up here is done. Naka moving across the map. Lings, see what's going on back at home. We've got cannons up, we've got Zealots. Plus one hasn't started just yet. Are getting that second gas, our core on the way. Will it be Goon Range or a Stargate? It's going to be a Stargate, and it's going to be a Spire for Naka. The Lings just keeping an eye out on the front. Overlord going to come in here and confirm that it is in fact a Stargate. And now it looks like we're just going to go into some standard. Get some Scourge, maybe get a few Mutas out, try to go harass, get our extra hatches down, macro, macro, macro. So it's going to poke out, just see if they can pick off a Ling, get Naka to back up a little bit, don't want him to be so close. There is that +1, there is that Corsair. Cannon here in the main mineral line. Keep these probes safe from any Ling run-bys. And the Spire is now complete for Naka. And here comes some Scourge, so he wants to try to pick off those initial Corsair that come to scout his base. That Corsair is going to take out that Overlord. He's already got 1 in production. 1 Ling out here keeping this side of the map. And a Zealot going to come out here and see if maybe we took this third. Or if Naka took a different base, which we know. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I wanted to see if Naka had been up, or if Grass been up here yet, but he has not. So he's looking for the third base here, doesn't see it. He's going to go ahead and walk just right into the natural, as Naka is just droning like a crazy person here, going up to like 45 drones. And not a whole lot that Grass can do about it. Even the Corsair at home. Oh my goodness! Okay, just gonna walk in here and pick off 2 drones. This micro is actually crazy. One of these drones is badly hurt. And are you kidding me? Walks in here. Oh, almost gets a 3rd drone. He's getting so much damage down. He's got, there are like 3 drones that were like 2 hits away. And, I mean, these are the little things. You're going to scout, you're like, okay, let me check for a 3rd. Let me walk up here. Oh, you don't have any units? You only have drones? Like, Naka would be on 50 drones right now. That's like 4% of his mining economy. That's not nothing. However, Naka now way ahead of Grast in mining. Does have this third base well saturated. And so I really like Naka's position. I am not qualified to say who is more or less ahead. But if I'm Naka in this position, I'm feeling happy. That Corsair count continuing to grow here. Non-stop Corsair production. 6 Corsairs and counting. Speed and +1 are done, so we are going to come and hit this third base location. My goodness, the Zealots are just going to run in here and start to get right on top of these drones. These drones are going to kind of micro around. The Hydras just popped out. Maybe right in the nick of time, maybe just a slight tiny bit late. A couple of Zealots went over here to try to harass the Hydra. Have already picked them off. The Corsair up here trying to kill as many Overlords as they can. Hydra trying to come up here. The drone's trying to run around, trying to stay as safe as he possibly can. We've already lost something like at least like 8, 9, maybe 10 drones. I can't remember exactly what the count was. I know it was higher than Grast, but now Grast and Naka basically have the same amount of workers. So many Overlords picked off here by Grast. Naka going to have to remake 7 Overlords were in the queue. 700 minerals you really did not want to be spending on Overlords. Andy's going to have to spend minerals replacing these workers, and just more and more Overlords continuing to go down, more speed lots continuing to be filtered in here. Some Lings still hanging out in front of Grast's base, but they aren't really doing much right now. Just as they're hatching, this is just so abusive. All the minerals here that Naka is bringing in just going to be spent over and over and over and over and over on Overlords, and all these Overlords are going to get picked off too. There aren't any Hydra down here to save them. These Corsair have +1. There are 6 of them. Oh my god, Naka's supply blocked again. These Overlords are going to go down. These Corsair have like barely taken any damage. They're too weakened Corsair, but they still have their shields. Like, if I'm Naka, I just want to tear my hair out right now. He's got no Overlords. He has 0 Overlords. All of his control is in hatcheries. There are 0 Overlords on the map. I have never seen anything like this. This is crazy. Grast just dancing his... Just dancing around, just kind of hanging out. Oh my goodness! The hold position as the Overlords hatch. One Ling coming in here to see what is going on, looking for a third base from Grast. Grast is just now putting one down here. And I mean, Grast, like, playing with his food. That was... I don't necessarily want to call it BM. Maybe a little bit of taunting. Not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, that whole position, I've never seen anything like that. Just hanging out right next to the Overlord. It's like, hey, what's up? I'm going to kill you. You can't do anything about it. Hydra coming down here. They will discover this third base. There are approximately 25 storms here among these High Templars, so I mean, really, Grast has absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Naka has refilled his drone count to something respectable. We do have lurkers coming down, but I mean, the storms alone are going to just kill everything. Everything. This is a gigantic army here from Grast. Again, plenty of storms here. He can just, all of these have to get canceled. All of this is going to get cleaned up. This is probably something like 16 or 18 Hydra that just go down immediately. No damage done whatsoever. We are increasing that Hydra count really, really quickly here. The economy has finally stabilized here for Naka. That +2 range is on the way, but 1-1 is already done. 2-2 is already on the way. Observers coming out here. And Grast getting workers down here to this third base location. Grast has got everything he could possibly want right now. Gonna go ahead and clear out these lings that have been sitting out here forever. Probably gonna clean up this one here in just a moment. Could even probably just throw down a Nexus down here right now. I don't think there's really anything that Naka can do to stop it. Now, he is going to catch one of these Corsairs. But, I mean, these Corsairs have already, like, paid for themselves over and over and over and over and over and over. Many, many, many kills. And these Hydra are going to get run down by this Zealot Dragoon army. So many storms. The Hydra's trying to pick off all the Templar they can, but really not getting much done. Hanging on here with 93 supply to 120 of grass. Doing a commendable job here of staying alive in this game, but without a fourth gas. I mean, yeah, we got more or less full mining going on here. We do need to put a couple more workers on that gas. I'm sure that will happen here momentarily. But Naka doesn't have a fourth gas yet at all. Now we are moving down here, zoning some units out. Trying to see exactly where Grass Army is. He is going to walk right into it. We do have a couple of storms available. And not the greatest storm ever. Naka was already moving back. That's a really good storm. It's such a gigantic clump of Hydras. So much damage. So many Hydras. Like one Zealot hit away from death. That 2-2 is already done. So all of these units that are already fairly scary just got that much scarier. Plus 2 almost done for Naka. So his Hydras will also be fairly scary, as will his Lurkers. But right now, unfortunately, Naka just not able to field that much stuff. Gonna walk up here, try to pick off one of these High Templar. Does manage to do so, eats a storm on the way out. And all of these Hydra are going to get cleaned up. Let's see, back at home. 8 gateways, 9 gateways, Templar Tech, 10 gateways, the gateway up here. Upgrades galore. And macro hatches, and here we're going to have a fight. Now, Grass has already claimed the high ground, dropping down the storms. He's got plenty of Templar here. Dark Templar in the mix as well. There is no detection out here for Naka, so these Dark Templar could do a lot of damage. The Observers coming forward, they're going to be able to see everything that's burrowed. But right now, all the Lurkers are in defensive positions. They're not up here with the army. The Zealot's just going to get right on top of these Hydra, and these storms are just melting. Look at all of the dead Hydra corpses here on the ground. All of the supply for Naka has just been reduced to dust. And these 2-2 goons are going to have their way with Naka's natural. More storms going down. And in fact, more storms still available to catch these Hydra as they hatch. Naka holding on for dear life, producing nothing but Hydra to just try and reclaim this position here. A 4th base going down for Grass behind this. Another base going down for Naka, but Naka GG's. And Grass is going to take this one to 0. Incredibly well played from him. Those Corsair looked incredibly abusive. Now we are down to our last series of the day. Which is going to be Rindoy versus Vahens. I don't know either of these players. And of course, neither of these players registered with the same ID. So I have no idea which team these players are on. I really wish this was a lot less of a thing. It's really a pain in the ass from the perspective of a relatively new caster, but it is what it is. We'll get into game, we'll figure it out. We'll just update the scoreboard on the fly. Alright, here we go. Window vs. Vahen's game 1. Up here in the top left corner, representing the Uncoachables, it is going to be Vahen's, and down here in the bottom right-hand corner, it is going to be Rindoy. We are once again on Vader. Go ahead and get this updated. So a TVP to close out this cast. And of course, once again, we are going to be, just as we started with a TVP, we are going to end on a TVP. And so once again, it will be interesting to see exactly how this plays out. I played neither Terra nor Protoss, so I'm not as familiar with this matchup. I do know that it can be kind of hard dealing with gas steals as Terran. That early Zealot pressure can be really annoying. But we're just going to have to see exactly what each of these players chooses to do. They are just going down, just getting that Sim City in place. Probe out here, going to scout, get that gateway and that gas up. And Vahen's just going to go ahead and take his gas right now. Does not want to deal with any gas steal shenanigans. Probably just, I'm guessing from this opening, we'll just want to go for that factory expand. Get that vulture out, be pretty safe, use it for scouting purposes, and to take out the Zealot. That's probably going to, well, okay, no Zealot in production yet. And in fact, we are just going to go ahead and throw that core down, so it looks like we're going to just wait for a Dragoon here, and there isn't going to be too much action in this early game, as both players are just scouting the other. There's that Cyber Core, there's that Goon, and I have to imagine that range is going to be started here momentarily. There it is. And here's the factory, that the Marine going to that probe just back up. Now we do have gas not being as important right now. Do want to get that Marine count up, and we would like to get this expansion down. So we do want to prioritize that mineral mining. This is so, I just, when you get a game that's 25 years old, I love the way this times out, so that the factory finishes and you come down here and you chill for like maybe 2 seconds and then you get that command center down. I love the things that people have figured out that make things just flow so smoothly. Goon gonna go ahead and clear out the SCV that was here. Gonna throw down this Nexus. Command center going down. For the Terran player, bunker going up. Probe's gonna run away. Goon range is about 75% of the way done. Goon walking across the map. We'll probably want to put a little pressure on this barracks. And the machine shop is done, so I'm guessing that a tank, yep, there's a tank. Here's the Vulture. This Vulture is actually going to get in here, and is going to get 2 probe kills. Wow! Okay. That just happened. There were only 2 goons out. I don't know if maybe a goon was skipped. Maybe you skip a goon in order to get this Nexus out faster. And with this goon walking across the map, I guess there was only one goon here, so it couldn't really block the vulture run by. That's honestly pretty huge. You run a vulture across the map, you kill 2 probes, you gotta be super happy about that. Mines on the way here, second factory, and with no Dragoon pressure up here, there's no reason for Vahans to get siege mode. Really does want to delay that as much as possible. And now Vahans, with those mines and those vultures, is going to take map control. We'll start to put those mines down so that he will have vision of any movement coming out of Rindoy. This vulture can't seem to get... Is this blocking this ramp? I think Vahans wants this... Yeah, it is! He wanted the vultures to come down here to put some mines down here at this third base location, but he couldn't get past the barracks. That's really funny. First observer out here for Rindoy. Getting some pylons up here for a little bit of Sim City. And really just getting as much vision down as possible with these mines is Vahans. And now that mines are done, I didn't see if there was speed. Again, I don't know the order of the upgrades. I don't think speed was researched yet, but we are going into siege mode. Almost done, so we will be safe. Getting a Wraith here, just in case there happen to be any drops. We do have that shuttle out. Speed shuttle play has been really, really popular recently. Getting that +1 mech. We'll just gonna poke up here and see what they can see, which is, guess what, there's a bunch of goons in the Nexus. Observer gonna come across the map here and get a good look at the pretty standard play coming out of Vahans. Starport, 3 factories. This Wraith is also going to go across the map, maybe get a little scouting over here. Now this is these goons, I'm guessing, are in position to try to catch a Wraith. He did, oh yeah, because he would have seen it, right? He would have seen that Wraith with this observer. Maybe not. No, I have to imagine he would have seen the starport. I have to imagine this positioning is to potentially catch a Wraith. Now this Wraith here, I thought this Wraith was going to go into the base, but it might actually be here to try to catch the shuttle. And the shuttle is going to fly by here unnoticed. And so unfortunately this Wraith's kind of chilling here, not doing much. A few goons up here. These goons could one-shot a tank if that's what they wanted to do. Vahans doesn't know that this is here, and wow, gonna lift this up, gonna move these tanks forward. Oh man, backing these tanks at the last second. One tank does go down. We are just gonna go ahead and drop the Reaver right on top of these tanks. The tanks do take the Reaver out. The Reaver, I don't even think got a single shot off. Now this tank over here has been taken out, and this Dragoon count has not been reduced by much. These Dragoons can still two-shot tanks. We still got a critical mass of Dragoons here. They are going to get into the main of Vahans. They're going to get on top of the production. These factories still getting worked on, not yet finished. SCV's trying to come down here, and unfortunately, it looks like Vahans just didn't have enough. SCVs are pretty good against Dragoons, as you can see, but Rindoy doing just some very basic hold position micro will kite these SCVs, and yes, this is eventually going to get cleaned up, but another tank that was stuck here goes down. This tank manages to siege up. And that's cleaned up, but there was, I want to say there was something like 13 SCVs died. Oh, this mine does manage to take out a Dragoon. And we are going to continue to move up in pressure here. We know the tank count has been completely reset for Vahans. So if Rindoy wants to keep the pressure on, now is definitely the time to do so. One tank out here will siege up. 2 more tanks coming out here now. This barracks will get landed. So that it should be a little bit harder for Rindoi to come up here and try to just get right on top of these tanks. We do have 3 tanks out here now. It will siege up, and Vahans will stabilize this position for now. Meanwhile, 3rd base going up here for Rindoi. A very healthy 50 probe count. So he'll have plenty of probes to send over to that 3rd base to get it saturated in mining as quickly as possible. And let's take a look at the bird's eye view here. Speed. What is that? Is that +2, +1, +1 armor on the way? More tanks, more SCVs. 3rd command center. Meanwhile, for Rindoi, we have legs. We have +1 ground, probes, goons, more reavers in production. Did that shuttle get taken out? Don't. Oh, nope, there's a shuttle right over here. Dropship here. Oh, we did. Okay, we did in fact get a vulture drop over here in the main. Oh, great pick off here. Does manage to get that reaver with the mines. The probes are trying to get out of here as quickly as they possibly can, but it looks like the vulture's going to pick off about 4 or 5 of them. And with the lost mining time here, that was something that Vahans really needed. Not only that, but the dragoons of Rindoi coming back to try to help clear this up. So, wonderful drop here out of Vahans. Now, Rindoi still has a fantastic probe count. This base has gone up. But now here comes the push out of Vahans. Do have an observer over here who sees that, you know, the 3rd base hasn't been put down just yet. The command center is done. Karen boosters on the way. And a Stargate coming out here for Rindoi. So, again, also thinking about Storm, maybe thinking about Arbiters or Carriers later on down the line. And now we have Vahans out here sieged up right outside of Rindoi's natural. I worry that this might be a little bit of an overextension. He's so close. He really wants to get on top of this Nexus. Now, there are a lot of tanks here, but there are not a lot of vultures. An empty shuttle just kind of chilling here. Maybe I dropped some vultures up before. We do have speed zealots getting made. And they are slowly getting on top of this. We do have a turret that's getting made that's going to chase away this. And Rindoi taps out. The harass here and getting in here was not enough. Taking out the SCVs was not quite enough. Vahans doing a great job of pushing out onto the map. Taking that game. So kudos to Vahans. He will take game number 1. Let's go ahead and update that scoreboard. Let's go ahead and get into map number 2. Alright guys, Rindoi versus Vahans, match number 2, top left corner. Representing... I'm C rank, you're A rank, doesn't make sense. Tier 0 has a pretty wide range of skill levels, that is for sure. There's only so much room. I was inactive 10 plus years. Very interesting to see some of the top tier CPL players hash things out. Rindoi a little bit upset having to play Vahans, whose MMR is significantly higher, but really, I mean, yes, you want to win, you want to do well for your team, but got a 2 days ago. I do complain a little bit, or I try not to complain. I do point out that there is a wide range of skill in Tier 3, which I think can and, over time has been mollified by, just promoting people. But unfortunately in Tier 0, there's nowhere to go up from there, and that's when people usually just graduate out of CPL. And, I don't know. Maybe Rendoy has a point. Like, maybe there should be a cutoff for playing in CPL. Well, Worst plays in CPL, and he's, I guess, pretty close to a BSL tier player, so... I don't know. At the end of the day, I think we're all supposed to be here to learn. There's no money on the line. It's really all just honor. So, anyway, it is what it is. Here's a gateway. Rendoy may be looking for that gas deal, but Vahan says absolutely not. This probe going to try to get some harass down, but taking a ton of damage from this SCV already. Look at all that hull damage that just got dropped on that probe. That probe just got completely manhandled. Cyber Core going down. Looks like we are just going to go ahead and get that goon out. We're going to have a factory go down here for the Terran player. And both players are just going to expand as normal. Goon range, first goon coming out. Marine's going to make sure this probe isn't hiding in any funny locations, but it's just chilling right out here. In fact, he may move. Still doesn't get it! Oh, their probes are so slippery. He walked like right up to it. Still couldn't quite gut it down, but that's okay. He's going to chase that back. And we are to have the command center go down. This goon is out, going to chase this SCV. SCV is going to try to make that as difficult as possible. Just wants to be really annoying. That Nexus is going to go down. This SCV actually being really, really annoying. Okay, it's gonna get trapped and killed off now. There we go. Now the SCV is dead. The probe, however, does continue to fight another day. Discord, what's going on? Well, coming up here. And are we gonna get some kind of little proxy action from Rendoy? Pretty, spicy. We did get him complaining in the beginning here. Oh, it's a good range goon taking so much damage from this bunker. He was complaining about the mismatch in skill, so I suppose he's decided to circumvent that with a proxy Dark Templar? What is... He's taking the gas up here? I guess he's gonna put on a third Nexus? It's like the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. So, well, I guess that's on Vahans to try to figure this out as quickly as possible. We are going to push this goon back. And this vulture is going to lay down some mines, maybe go across the map. Okay, we've got a couple more gateways up here. I have to imagine it's going to be DTs. This has to be DTs, right? Like, we're gonna... Oh! I've seen this once before. I saw this with drones. I forgot that you can do this. You use the geyser to get rid of the minerals, and the gas to... Oh, this is... Alrighty. Well, when you get interesting map designs like this, you get interesting strategies like this, and this is exactly why stuff like this was invented. So you just get these probes up here. It's just going to take 2 trips, and now this is all mined out. And we're going to have 2 Dark Templar warping in here. And do we have any detection at all? No. And we're not going to have any detection for a while, as the Academy is finishing up. And we are making SCVs. Is this going to start making another SCV, or are we going to get a comstat down? I don't think these comstats are going to be in time. These Dark Templar are finishing up. There goes one comstat. But they're also just aren't... Okay, hold on. Sorry, there aren't many units up here, but we do have a Vulture run by here from Vahans Rindoi was not able to get a wall up in time, and now these are going to get back in here, and they're just going to start going crazy on these probes, as there is nothing back here to defend them except for this one Dark Templar. But the mines, this mine right here, oh my gosh, the Dark Templar barely doesn't set that mine off. He is going to go ahead and kill, but no, this mine is going to take out this Dark Templar. There is now nothing here to defend the space. Dark Templar, meanwhile, over here taking out the SCVs. There is one scan available. The SCV is trying to drill forward and keep the Dark Templar from getting on top of this. This is really the only thing right now that can see these Dark Templar. There is one scan remaining over here. He's going to get on top of this tank. He's going to take it out. We do have these vultures here trying to hopefully clean these up. He's got one scan. He's trying to keep the Dark Templar in the same place where the scan was. He does take them out. However, more Dark Templar coming through. This Dark Templar getting on top of this. What is going on over here? It looks like all of the vultures were cleaned up. More probes here for Rindoi than we do have workers for Vahans. All we've got here are mines. There are no units out on the map, and there are still Dark Templar. There will be one scan available here in a few seconds. This Dark Templar is going to get cleaned up here. Still just more Dark Templars in production. And it looks like both players are going to just stabilize. With all the mines here... Well, actually, I say that, but now here's Rindoi back in the... Oh, it's this Dark Templar mineral hopping itself by accident. This Dark Templar here just attacking the command center will get scanned and taken out. And Bahan's just slowly losing all of his SCVs. I thought maybe with the mines and the scans, he might even things out. We did have some vultures run down here. They are going to really thin out the probe count, but they are going to eventually get cleaned up by these Dragoons. That Dragoon will go down. There is one more over here. Scan going down on these Dark Templar. The mine will take that one out. Oh, but unfortunately was not quite able to take out this one. Mine's now... Oh, it gets the mine as it goes... Okay, that one goes down. There... That... And Rindoi taps out. Unfortunately, his DT play, although it was very clever, was not enough to win. And that is going to do it. Vahans will take that series 2-0. Well played by Rindoi, especially taking on someone significantly higher MMR than him. It's really no shame to get beat by somebody that outclasses you. Again, there are only so many active players in Brood War, even though the scene is vibrant and growing. However, as I just exit Starcraft, there's no music here. That's going to do it for me. I may be back on later to stream some matches, maybe some light ring, maybe some practice stuff, but right now, I think I'm just going to go take a little nap because I am sleepy. And yeah, we'll be back later. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I super appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, with Tier 1 and Tier 2 from Week 8. And then from there, we'll just have to see what happens. Oh, hey, Apex, what's up, dude? Thanks for tuning in, man. You're welcome. Again, look for more of this in the future. I've got a ton of time here to just play Starcraft, cast Starcraft. Just get back into Brood War. I absolutely love it. So. Chill and listen while you work. Hell yeah, dude. Sick. Well, I hope you'll tune back in next time. Again, I might stream later today, but I will definitely be streaming tomorrow. So until then, bye-bye.